Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the Future Skills Conference, jointly hosted today by the TheCityUK and the Financial Services Skills Commission. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Claire Tunley. I'm the Chief Executive at the Financial Services Skills Commission. And it's really great to welcome you all. This is our first conference as the Commission, and it's the first conference on skills for the TheCityUK. So brilliant to see a packed out room. It's going to be a great session this morning, and welcome to those of you joining online as well. I do want to thank our conference partners, Lloyds Banking Group and Yorkshire Building Society, our platinum partners, and Capital One and Phoenix Group, our gold partners, for sponsoring and helping this event. The backdrop for the conference today is a challenging one. Availability in skills and talent is a concern in boardrooms. PwC data shows that 68% of CEOs think that skills shortages will impact their profitability over the next decade. The rapid pace of digitisation, demographic changes, changing customer expectations and growing global uncertainty are all shaping the skills in the workforce that we need now and in the future. But there's other trends impacting on skills as well. I'm going to be the first person to mention AI today. I'm sure we're going to hear more about it, but we know that there'll be some unparalleled change in jobs and skills due to AI. Net zero, the people and skills of our people are going to be crucial in our ambitions around a sustainable transition and net zero. And also hybrid. Who would have thought 4 years ago that the changes in how we work would still be shaping the conversations on talent and skills today? But among this, there's opportunities to be seized. We have a highly skilled workforce. We are a destination for talent. And if we shift our thinking and invest in upskilling and reskilling our people, we can really build the workforce that we need. And by integrating human capabilities with financial services knowledge and enabled by tech, we can really hit that sweet spot that will drive innovation and growth in the sector. And I know we're going to touch on many of these themes across the morning and look at how we can continue to be competitive and sustainable in our approach to grow our position as the UK's leading global financial centre. Specifically, the sessions will cover a number of themes. These are captured in our People and Technology report that the Commission published last year and the TheCityUK's Enabling Growth report, also published last year. And the themes will include investing in skills to unlock productivity, how skills need to be an integral part of business strategy and success. Talent for the future, how we can drive innovation and maintain competitiveness and attract and retain the best talent. And also boosting skills across our UK regions and nations. The importance of talent pools right across the UK, particularly as 2/3 of the financial services workforce are not based in London and are based outside of the capital. We have a great lineup of speakers to discuss and debate these themes. We've got people from industry, from regulators, educators and academia and partners. And I encourage everyone to get involved in the conversations and discussions. You can do this by using the conference app. There's a QR code on your table. Do use that, or you can raise your hand if you're in the room. You can raise your hand during the conversations, the sessions. And if you're online, there's a way to submit questions to our panellists. If you're on social media, please do tag the TheCityUK or at fsskills.com throughout the event. And do take time to speak to our exhibitors and other delegates in the coffee break and lunch break. But first, I just want to say thank you very much for joining us. It's going to be a great session today. And I'd like to introduce our first keynote speaker. And I'm pleased to be joined by Emily Shepherd, who's the Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director of Authorisations at the Financial Conduct Authority. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm pleased to be here at the Future Skills Conference organised by colleagues at TheCityUK and the Financial Services Skills Commission. So I know it's nearly Easter, but I don't know how many of you watch what I call a typical Hallmark Christmas movie. Anyone? No, right. So at the risk of spoiling the plot, these often follow a very similar pattern. So an American woman with a thriving career in the big city goes home for Christmas. There she helps save a struggling business, reviving the local community in the process. Invariably, she falls in love with a local widower with a cute dog. After a minor existential crisis, she quits her big city financial services / marketing job, reskills as a baker / something similar, stays and lives happily ever after. Now, There is a running joke on the internet about a reverse Hallmark movie where our heroine ditches her hometown and her plaid-clad man for an exciting career in the big city. So I'd like to propose a third option, a UK version if you would like. So in this version, our heroine gets to enjoy life outside of London and a thriving career in the financial services sector. Burly man optional, obviously. As the City UK's report on enabling growth across the UK pointed out, some 2.2 million people work in financial services and related professional services across the UK. Now, around 2/3 are based outside of London, with clusters in cities such as Birmingham, Edinburgh, Leeds, Manchester and Bristol. Between 2010 and 2020, employment in the sector grew by 12.5%, with the highest rate of growth in the North West, followed by Northern Ireland and then London. But we still have further to go to get our Hallmark movie unlocking talent across all of the UK. That is one piece of the puzzle on how we attract the right talent to financial services. The Financial Services Skills Commission highlights the demand for highly skilled talent, which currently sits at 73% of roles in the sector, up from 52% 20 years ago, will continue to grow. It begs the question as to what the talent actually looks like. So one of my first jobs, and I appreciate this ages me, was in a record shop, so I know a thing or two about broken records. That being said, I find good ideas should be repeated loudly and often to make sure as many people as possible hear them. It's even better when you get the opportunity to lead by example. So since the pandemic, we at the FCA have more than doubled our presence in Edinburgh to around about 250 colleagues. In 2022, we opened our office in Leeds, and we now have nearly 200 colleagues based there. We also have a presence in Cardiff and in Belfast. Our aim with doing this is to tap into skills in markets outside of London to better reflect the demographic firms nationwide. For example, 2 in 3 firms in our early and high growth oversight function are actually based outside of London. Importantly, it helps us to better reflect the demographic of consumers as well. So this is important when you look at the work we've done in recent years, whether that's on vulnerability or the consumer duty. As these policies highlight, we see good outcomes for consumers and firms as inextricably linked. It matters to firms as much as it does to us. It is what we call outcomes-based regulation. So in order to get to those outcomes, it's critical to understand the client persona and journey. The FSSC has highlighted behaviours such as empathy as important in supporting consumer needs, and it's prioritised in its future skills framework. You need to be able to stand in their shoes as an advocate. This has always been important, but even more so now. Recruiting people from different backgrounds helps to ensure there is diversity of thought, as long as you make sure their voices are heard, because inclusion matters. And it's why we've helped the FSSC launch its Inclusion Measurement Guide. An inclusive culture is one where colleagues feel safe to speak up and to challenge. In this environment, colleagues are also more innovative and creative and able to perform at their best. It improves job satisfaction, retention, and ultimately outcomes. It's an area of focus for us, and we were pleased last year to reach gender parity in our own senior leadership team. We've seen both commitment and passion from firms in relation to D&I, with thoughtful initiatives underway. However, we've also noticed in our multi-firm work that firms lacked a clear articulation of purpose and actions orientated to achieving those goals. This becomes more stark if we, as an example, look at the decline in the share of women employed in the industry from 51% to 43% in the last 20 years. Bearing in mind, this has happened while employment in the sector has expanded. Now, it's partly attributed to a reduction in medium and lower skilled roles in which women were more highly represented, and an increase in those tech roles. With the demand for technical capabilities only set to grow, what can the industry do to encourage more women into tech? On top of this, financial services are facing challenges in attracting younger workers and retaining older employees. There are questions here about talent pipelines and, to some extent, how the industry is perceived by younger generations. So whereas people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds take on average 15% longer to progress from middle to senior roles compared with peers from higher social economic backgrounds, some progress has been made. While the sector employs a relatively small proportion of workers from minority ethnic backgrounds, many of these are in professional or managerial roles. Financial services has the highest level of ethnic diversity amongst managers and directors at 19%, compared with an average of 11% for other sectors. That being said, there are marked differences between different ethnic groups. So last year, we proposed flexible minimum standards to raise the bar on D&I. We are grateful for all the feedback, and we're now considering the responses and will report back later this year. This, alongside work we've done in the past on culture, is one of the ways we are looking to support industry in ensuring that it attracts and retains talent. Our view is that it makes good business sense and improves the competitiveness of firms and, by extension, the UK economy. We also know there is no one-size-fits-all, nor would we want there to be. Different firms find different ways to succeed. But the common denominator is a strong and healthy culture. Focusing on outcomes ensures greater flexibility for firms with fewer rules and lower barriers to entry. In that way, it helps to future-proof regulation. Our primary objectives are complemented by our secondary objective on international competitiveness and growth. And all of these are intended to support the UK economy. The world around us is changing rapidly, and we've seen that in the last few years, first with the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia and its impact on markets, but also with the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, which happened overnight. Both events required us to react quickly. So in the absence of a crystal ball, the second best option is building an agile workforce with the right capabilities, including behaviours. For us, these events, amongst other things, also drilled home the importance of being data savvy. We make no secret of the fact that we're shifting to become a data-led regulator. We're also investing in our technology platforms and in improving the user experience. To do that, we've looked to build our capabilities around technical literacy, digital skills, and data. It's one of the reasons why we sought to open offices in Leeds. There, we've been able to build a strong technology hub by tapping into the local talent pools, which are supported by educational institutions and tech startups who are also driving talent into that region. Now, this will only become more important. Take an example for cybersecurity space. Microsoft is currently shifting its focus from having passwords to biometrics and having these hashed onto assets to get increasingly sophisticated cyber attacks or to prevent them. The ability to understand and prepare for these sorts of changes is important, and for us, it's important to adapt early. It's also an area of growing focus as the conversations around AI, second person to mention it, intensify. This is a field where we see possibilities and are exploring these through 3 work streams. So the first is how it will impact us internally. This links to conversations around how AI will change jobs and how we adapt organisational culture and employee experience accordingly. Now, I've talked about agility in responding to events, but another factor of agility is finding ways to upskill the workforce as technology changes the way that we work. So we're currently using machine learning to support us in supervisory work and to make recommendations. So this includes the predictive tools. But ultimately, humans are still making the decisions. As we evolve to increase the use of large language models and generative AI, we are mindful of doing this securely with strong controls and governance, ensuring appropriate levels of human or technical validation. So we're not alone to be grappling with these sorts of questions, and what we do know is that it requires a highly skilled workforce. In this context, it's interesting to note that investment in skills has not kept pace with changing skills needs. In fact, research has found that at least 16% of the workforce in financial services needs upskilling. So this brings me on to the second strand, which is how consumers will react to AI. So this includes how we will make them aware of the risk they might be exposed to. Could we, for example, see an increase in bespoke or specific consumer markets? And how does that interplay with customer vulnerabilities? So reflecting on this, it becomes clearer that the question is not just one of technical capabilities, but also one that links into behaviours, the ability to stand in someone else's shoes. And third is in the policy space and the reliability of AI in providing content. This could extend to training, but how do we know the content is reliable? We only need to look at deepfakes to realise the potential impact of unreliable content. Ultimately, these questions boil down to the efficacy of using AI, ensuring appropriate guardrails and the appropriate adoption of it. So the importance of financial services to the UK economy is no secret. This is a sector that contributes £278 billion to the UK in 2022, and that's 12% of the economy, or £100 billion in tax revenue. The TheCityUK estimates that the UK is the world's leading net exporter of financial services, with a trade surplus of £80.2 billion. And we attract the highest amount of FPS, foreign direct investment, or FDI, in Europe in 2022. More than £2 billion was invested in financial and professional services firms, creating almost 15,000 jobs. The number of UK fintechs is second only to the US, but 3 times more than Germany, France, and Singapore. In fact, in 2022, the UK remained the world's preferred regulatory regime for financial services. So to maintain our competitive edge, we need a continued focus on attracting and retaining the right talent, but also on how we upskill the existing workforce. Getting to that outcome requires collaboration across regulators, local and national policymakers, and firms. So we're pleased that the conversation on skills remains firmly on the agenda, but this needs to go hand in hand with action. For us, that means policy and supporting firms to get to the right outcomes. And it's not something that we can achieve on our own, so firms need to ask themselves, what are they doing, and if it is enough? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for neatly drawing together the strands around skills, behaviours, tech enablement, and clearly action, request for action. It's my great pleasure now to introduce to the stage Bruce Carnegie-Brown, who is the Leadership Council Chair at the TheCityUK. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire, and good morning to everyone. TheCityUK is delighted to be partnering with the Financial Services Skills Commission today to spend a day focusing on our most important asset, our people. You may well know that the financial and related professional services industry employs nearly 2.5 million people across the UK, 2/3 of them outside London. So the implications of these conversations for the UK as a whole are very important. And the role of the TheCityUK is to represent and rally the industry to achieve its full potential. Thank you also, if I can join Claire in thanking also our sponsors today, Lloyds Banking Group, Yorkshire Building Society, Capital One and Phoenix. The commitment of these 4 institutions to diversity and professional development provides leadership to our sector as a whole, while the mix of sectors our sponsors represent shows how important this topic is for our industry. I've spoken previously about the things our industry needs to grow its global leadership position. Innovation, agility, and insight among them. Those are things we learned through the pandemic, which was thrust upon us all unexpectedly, but they are learnings that must continue to develop to prepare us for whatever lies ahead. With the first quarter of this century bookended by the 9/11 attacks on the United States and the first conflict on European soil for 70 years, and with a global financial crisis and global pandemic in between, we would be naive to think that the second quarter of this century will not also throw up challenges of similar magnitude and impact. Our response must therefore be to focus on preparation and adaptation. So thinking of the focus of today's events, what are the challenges we face in attracting and developing the skills we need for the future? As I reflect on my career, one of the big changes has been the approach towards skills and career development. When I started out, when God was a boy, new recruits would join a graduate program to be taught the relevant skills for their job. In my case, this was about learning to read a balance sheet, to develop credit skills, to understand the cost of capital, to learn about the products and services banks provided to their customers. But it went beyond that, teaching me how to get things done in a large organization, how to write business proposals, and to build relationships of trust, what good customer service looks like, and how to negotiate. It was not unusual for employers to derive a substantial return on this investment, with graduate recruits who remained loyal to their firms for decades, perhaps even for their entire careers. But over time, as the market has become more flexible, our approach to skills and development has changed. Large corporations invest less in training and development and expect more from potential new hires at the point of recruitment. The goal is now to get the right training to the right person at the right time. Against a backdrop of rapid digitalization and changing demographics, the onus is much more on the employee to consider their potential path and to acquire the skills needed to achieve their goals. But it is not all on employees. Employers are having to learn to be more agile, creative, and forward-thinking about the types of skills they need to succeed. Recruitment is expensive, and too much turnover can make it hard to develop a shared culture and value system within an organization. A report last year on future skills from the Financial Services Skills Commission highlights this challenge. With 1 in 8 roles in our industry now tech-focused, there is a tendency to hire people rather than reskilling current employees. In doing so, we fail to address the underlying skills gap. While Edinburgh boasts the most equal gender balance of AI professionals, the third person to mention this morning, in Europe, and London has 3 times more AI experts than the next biggest hub, which is Paris, and the UK has the highest concentration of cyber specialists in the G20. Research from the Commission shows that this growing need for tech roles is exacerbating gender imbalances in our industry. Every silver lining has a cloud. I think we all recognise we have a skills challenge in our industry, and the solution is to develop people to close skills gaps, but not just hire people to plug resource gaps. That requires careful thought about the skills our people need for our future economy. For example, in my day job at the Lloyd's of London insurance market, what is the role of the insurance broker in a world where AI can automate processes and analyse quotes instantly? What is the role of an underwriter if AI can analyse the data and separate good risks from bad? The answer is that just as the phone camera is still not as good as the human eye, even after decades of development, so a human's ability to make judgments, bring empathy, and build trusted relationships will always have a role in our economy. In overseeing the development of AI, in ensuring its interventions are benign and not corrupt, in offering intuition when the data leads to the wrong outcomes. AI is sophisticated and useful, but we will always need the emotional intelligence at the heart of a human interaction. Which means that training our brokers and underwriters in the way we did 10 or 20 years ago won't cut it. We must focus their development on the value-add activities that enable them to be most effective in the use of data and technology. The same is true of our workplaces. Technology enables flexibility and connection, but we must blend this with the subtleties, synergies, and creativity which only emerge when we gather in person and which have always been a core component of the most dynamic parts of the UK economy. So how do we meet these challenges? As a people-centred industry, we must integrate our customers' and clients' changing needs with the changing expectations of our current and future employees. That means listening to what they're telling us, whether through data gathering and reporting or customer and employee surveys, before acting quickly to show we've heard what they're telling us. It means ensuring our people reflect the communities they serve. We've made good progress in recent years, but we need to do much more to foster diversity at all levels of our organisations, particularly at the top. But it also means connecting, joining up to maintain the UK's attraction for domestic and overseas talent. And people come here for the UK's unparalleled access to overseas markets and the dynamism of our ecosystem, which increasingly must be an integrated ecosystem of businesses, policymakers, regulators, and academics, and to be part of our world-leading banking, asset management, insurance, legal, accounting, and consulting sectors. We must build this connection between regions. With 2/3 of our industry outside London, addressing skills gaps across the UK is essential to our future success. There is already good work underway, for instance through the Yorkshire and Humber Financial Services Skills Commission, setting out a framework for skills development in the region. But much more needs to be done to close these gaps, including through the further devolution of powers around education and training and fundamental reform to the apprenticeship levy. We also need to connect between countries. As the UK adjusts to life outside the EU, continuing to foster strong relationships with international partners from the Atlantic to the Pacific will ensure future employees can access the same opportunities many of us were lucky enough to receive. Again, the UK's post-Brexit mobility regime is already helping create these opportunities. But we must also connect between organisations. Secondments, courses and networking between our organisations aren't a threat to our future success. They're a core part of it. I see this in the work of the City UK's Next Generation Leadership Council, where emerging leaders representing all the city's sectors come together to discuss and address the most pressing problems facing our industry today. Exchanging ideas and developing cross-sector skills will leave us with a better equipped, more flexible workforce that can adapt to the continued change in our external environment. It's a win-win for those involved. The shifts we've seen in recent years are only going to accelerate in the years ahead. The UK economy has a proud history of innovation and imagination to respond to historic challenges. We need to draw on all of that embedded capability to develop a state of readiness for the shifts of the future. That looks like an industry where employees are taking control of their own development, enabled by supportive employers, working in a joined-up economy that offers access and opportunities not found anywhere else in the world. It's a privilege to be working with the Financial Services Skills Commission and others in this room to create those opportunities and to prepare our people for the future. And I hope our discussions today help accelerate our ability to adapt in the months and years ahead. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bruce. It's my pleasure now to introduce our first panel, if you want to come to the stage. This panel is about investing in skills to unlock productivity, really the boardroom priority around skills. And our chair of the panel is Keith Bottomley, the Deputy Policy Chairman at the City of London Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Claire, a very, very good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here back at a building which actually is in the ward that I represent and owned by the City of London Corporation, this beautiful building. So welcome to the first panel of the day. As Claire says, I'm Keith Bottomley, I'm the Deputy Leader of the City of London Corporation, and I'm joined by a very distinguished and talented panel this morning. So we've got Susan Allen, who is Chief Executive of Yorkshire Building Society, Sharon Doherty, who is Chief People and Places Officer at Lloyds Banking Group, Amelia Sykes, who is Director of Strategy and Business Management at M&G PLC, and not last but not least, James Rowe, who is partner at Allen and Overy. So this session is entitled, as you'll have seen from the agenda, Investing in Skills to Unlock Productivity, the New Boardroom Priority, where we plan to discuss the imperative to invest in skills, of course, in the FS sector. We're going to discuss the why, the what and the how of ensuring that the sector has access to these skills critical to its future success, the challenges facing the industry, and we've touched on it. Emily and Bruce have both touched on the reports that have been produced, not least of all the Financial Services Skills Commission's report launched in November last year, which I hope you've all seen, read and valued. Greater investment in skills at the centre of that. The City of London Corporation has been a long-standing collaborative and close working partner of both the Commission. I was on the board as Director of the Commission for some time, and with TCUK on this vital skills agenda around socio-economic diversity as well, actually, where we formed a task force promoting the progression of diverse talent, which is very much part of this agenda. You might have seen our report, that the benchmarking report that we produce every year, the corporation, that put London back at the top in terms of global rankings, partly due to the high scores on skills and talent, but that has got to be maintained. And as Emily was saying, it'll be interesting to get the panel's reaction on the new trends in technology, on AI, on automation, as job roles change, and that requires significant digital upskilling to maintain that really important competitiveness that we have in the sector and in the city particularly. So Emily posed the question at the end of her remarks, what are firms doing, and is it enough? So we're going to find out. Let me turn to you first, Susan, the Yorkshire Building Society. Can you give us your take on what we've been hearing this morning and what your approach to and real understanding is of the skills challenges for the sector and for your organisation?
Brilliant. Well, first of all, good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here today, and it's a pleasure for us to be supporting this event. I suspect that in this room it's sort of like speaking to the converted, because everybody's here because they believe in the value of skills. But if I think about our own organisation, we've been here for 160 years, and we've continued to evolve and change to make sure that we're continuing to meet the needs of our customers and our members. And I think making sure that we have the right skills to deliver the very best experience to our customers is something that's absolutely critical to us. We won't survive if we're not delivering in a really productive and effective way. And I think you can extrapolate that across the sector. You know, having the right skills means we can deliver and we can continue to compete. You know, that's easy to say, but then the question is, what do you do about it? And for us, one of the things that's been really helpful recently has been the work of the Financial Services Skills Commission, and in particular the Future Skills Framework. Because if you think about skills, you think about what skills you need to develop, you sort of need a way of structuring that so that you can make some really conscious choices. And for us, the framework has been really, really helpful. We also wanted to think not just about what we need for Yorkshire Building Society, but how can we support the sector and make sure that we're part of a thriving FS sector across the UK. And hence, our chair was a real driving force in working with the Financial Services Skills Commission, the TheCityUK, the corporation, to set up the Yorkshire and Humber Financial and Professional Services Skills Commission. It's a bit of a mouthful. Dan is smiling over there because I inevitably get it wrong. But the key thing is, whatever the long name, the intent of the work has been really well set, and I think as that collaboration has brought really tangible benefits that we might come on to touch on.
Yeah, I should have said at the beginning, there's time for questions, so please do either write them down, make a note. There's supposed to be an app somewhere. I don't know if that's actually up and running. Miles has got the app, so no questions from Miles allowed though. But we'll come to the floor for questions later on when we've heard from each of our panel. We were going to have an interactive discussion, so if there's any points that you want to come in on, please just jump in. We don't want to be too formulaic about it. Let me come to you, Sharon, now. Lloyds Banking Group, very big organisation, lots of people, and it's how are you going about developing that bank into the group into a skills-based organisation, and what are the critical components to achieving that for you?
Great, pleasure to be here, and I'm going to do a big pun first up for, I can't pronounce it either, but the FSSC, and we're fortunate enough to be part of the board there, and the work that Claire and Mark are doing is extraordinary. I think it's a massive boost for UK PLC productivity, and I think if you're not a member, sign up. If you're a regulator, if you're in the ecosystem, get behind it, because I think it's a real opportunity for us to, as I say, grow UK PLC. I'm a Chief People and Places Officer at Lloyds Banking Group. I don't come from financial services, actually. I sort of say that, and we'll talk about that perhaps later on. So I come into the role that I'm in with a different perspective, and I've been in and around technology in pure play fintechs, telco, consulting and other organisations, and I spent a lot of my career in Silicon Valley. And so you sort of get to see how skills have developed over the last decade or two. And if I'm really honest, although there are lots of stats about the UK is in a pretty solid place, I think we're just not where we need to be. And we've got a lot of the good building blocks, but we're not investing enough, and we need to go faster on this agenda. It's a massive enabler of growth. I think when I look at skills-based organisation, I think organisations generally get some of what that means and then miss the hard bits. Yeah, so the bits that I think we all run towards are, we need to train people on certain things, and we need to hire people with certain skills. And I think most of us sort of get that part of skills-based organisation. But the bits that we miss that really connect it to the business strategy and then make it feel really important for people. The first part is the link into strategic workforce planning and the building blocks of capabilities that organisations need. So before you get to the micro skills, what are the macro capabilities that you believe your organisation needs to be able to win in the market today, but probably much more importantly, Horizon 2 and Horizon 3. Yeah, and I think most organisations get really lost in that, and they get caught in the sort of specific skills that we need to focus on, which are important, but are not enough. Those need to go into your operating model, and they need to go into your role profiles, so that macro capability that translate into skills are hardwired into how you do business and your financial processes. So that bit, I think, we're just not good enough at most organisations. I would include my own. We're on a sort of fast catch-up journey. If you then go the sort of back end of people sort of life cycle, the link of skills into performance management and reward, again, is another part where I think we're all struggling with how you really do that. But if you don't join it up to ultimately what goes into people's pockets, then it's sort of interesting, but it doesn't feel like it's absolutely business critical. So I think, the middle bit, I think we're pretty good at. The front end and the back end of skills-based organisation, I think we've got a lot to do. And in terms of, what are the things that are really critical to sort of supercharge that full end-to-end, I do think the taxonomy that the FSSC have put together is a real sort of step in the right direction. I think, though, we need to move from sort of the skills we need now to Horizon 2, Horizon 3 skills, because we can't get ready for the future unless we're sort of thinking further ahead. I think we are all grappling with how do we create growth mindset cultures for learning organisations. I think we find that really hard because we get caught up in doing the job rather than getting skilled for the future. And probably the last bit to sort of say, I sort of don't think in boardrooms and in the next level down, the executive committees, skills are being talked about enough. So they're not seen as hardcore and part of driving growth in your business sufficiently. And I think until we do those things, sort of skills-based organisation are sort of going to be something that you do in HR functions. And honestly, if I was a business leader, I would not be leaving this to my HR function. I say that, and I think I run a pretty good one, but it's too important to the future of your company. So, those are the sorts of things that are in there.
Thank you. We'll come back. I'll come back on because you've got a telecoms background, haven't you? So we'll talk about what we think the sector, or you think the sector can learn from other sectors. But I want to bring everybody in for a comment first, and then we'll come back round. Amelia, so over to you at M&G now. What do you think are the essential skills needed for successful future leaders? So we can talk about leadership now in that space.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for having me here today. It's fantastic to engage on this topic. And I think, as you're alluding to, Sharon, we have more and more to do here. I think you've heard all of our opening speakers allude to the level of change that we see around us. And I think it's worth drawing that out because actually the scale of that change, the pace and acceleration of that change is greater than it's ever been. When you look at what's happening from a climate perspective, technology, demographic change, and sort of made all the more complex by a dose of sort of geopolitical risk within that as well. So I think you might argue that the sort of skill sets of leaders aren't materially different from what we've sort of always asked from great leaders. But I think in that context, there are certain elements of that skill set that are more fundamental and more critical than they've ever been. So I guess you start with the what, that kind of strategic vision, and having that ability to look through that landscape and see the opportunities, not just the risks and the challenges. And I suppose when you think about that, within these things that we see, whether that's a technological AI, mention it again, that doesn't require our leaders necessarily to be experts in all of these things. But what it does require, I think, is a level of curiosity and an appetite to understand them enough to see the art of the possible and to see those opportunities. I think you then get into the execution of that. So what are those priorities? How do you translate that into a really clear action plan? And how do you start to understand that change capacity of your organisation? And I think, as you were mentioning, Sharon, that capability and capacity for change, which we have to have a much more analytical approach to that, an ability to understand that. And equally, it's been alluded to a little already, and it obviously comes across in some of the FSSC's skills, empathy as a skill set within that, the understanding of what some people in your organisation are going to feel that this is really uncomfortable. How do you make this feel like something that everyone can get on board with and can work their way through? And obviously, that does come down to that skills planning and perhaps having a slightly more sort of creative or even radical approach to talent and thinking about how you prepare for some of these skills, which some of them don't exist today, or they're at the very early stages. So you can't just buy that talent anymore. You have to be able to build some of it as well.
Thanks very much indeed. Right, we come to the law now. Lawyers, a very important part of the city's competitiveness. And James, so at Allen and Overy, what do you see as the role of private practice lawyers and how that will change over the next 5 to 10 years? And given those changes, what skills will the next generation of lawyers need?
I think lawyers are an interesting case study because skills, well, we're interesting anyway, we're slightly odd. But skills are essential to what we do. And our lifespan is quite short if we're not skilled up. I expect my job, in the way that I currently do it, will not exist in 3 to 5 years. Now, you could take that and say, oh my God, or you could be quite excited about it. I've convinced myself I need to be in the latter. And if we look at what's happening to what we do, and everything's mixed up here, it's skills, it's value, it's what your place is in the work. And a lot of what lawyers do, we've historically said, well, look, it's very complex. Therefore, we should be paid for it. And it's high value. And what we're finding, and we're challenged by this, is increasingly this work will become flow work. With technology and with the increasing sophistication of our clients, we won't get paid for what we've done previously. And if you talk to every lawyer, they will say, well, what I do is bespoke. It's not going to get automated. And I like teasing my private equity colleagues by saying private equity is going to become flow work. They disagree with me strongly, and they say capital markets is going to become flow work. And what you do, and there's a lovely quote in the report, just to prove I read it, from someone at Phoenix, which says it's a shift from product to service. And I think you can draw the same distinction between flow and bespoke work. And if we look at technology in this, and to give this a bit of colour, we have a vast finance practice. Okay, we have been top tier for the last 10, 15 years. So we sit on a massive bank of precedents. If we stack all of that and we digitalize it, and then we go in and we mine it for insights and precedents, we create a moat around our business, which if other firms don't have that bank of information, we have an advantage in that sector. Now that has a number of consequences. First of all, you're institutionalizing know-how. Okay? Lawyers are experts in the law and they're experts in how to do things. Suddenly you're taking that expertise in how to do something and you're making an institutional asset. So you're changing the relationship between the lawyer and the firm, and therefore the lawyer's sense of self and their sense of value. And insecure lawyers tend to carry imposter syndromes. At least I'm talking about myself. So you've then got to deal with that. And if you're a partner managing a team, you've got to be acutely aware how the digitalization of what we do and the automation of it is impacting people's expectations. I could talk for a long time. I'm just going to say a couple more points. First of all, and imagine you're at your desk, got a couple of screens. As a lawyer, I'd sit there, I'd have links to external databases with documents. I'd have my internal precedents. I'd have links to commercial information. The document comes into me. I can run we're doing this now. I can run, if I've got the right data stack, I can get a document, look at it and say, I don't like this clause, can you show me some precedents? It goes through my data stack, it comes up with precedents. I say, you know what, I want to build this into this clause. I use a bit of generative AI. It drafts it for me. This isn't the future. This technology is available now. So I am now becoming very much the craftsperson, okay, like the tailor. I get to choose the tools that I use, and they're all there. But I need people to sharpen those tools to keep them fresh. So some of today's lawyers will become the people that look after the tools. People like me will argue against retirement. We'd want to go in and we'd say, look, let's look after the tools now and make sure they're sharp for the people who are going to be using them. But then the way I explain how I use that tool to the clients then becomes the key competitive advantage. And we're going back into empathy. We're going back into the ability to relate to people, to see the world from their perspective. Okay, and as an example of that and kind of how one has to look at things and constantly flip things around, I'm just going to take the heading on the piece of paper today, which says, what will inspire you today? I think the right question is, how will you inspire others today? And I think the lawyers that we're training in our organisation, we're training to think that way the whole time, to look at things, to flip them on their head, and to have the tools available to them that empower them to do that.
Very good. I'm glad you're in the second category that you described and not the first. That's very good to know. Right, Susan, come back to you. Let's talk about the difference and the contrast between experienced hires and early careers talent. How do you see that need to attract both from a sector perspective, but also what you're doing at Yorkshire Building Society?
Well, first of all, obviously, we do need to attract both. It's brilliant to bring in people, particularly people actually from outside our sector who bring really diverse and different ways of thinking about things. That's definitely something we look for in our experienced hires. I think whether you're looking for experienced hires or new starts, one of the things that's really clear is that people want to belong in an organisation and a sector that has some sort of meaning and purpose. They also want to join organisations where they can see progression. I think the survey recently, 30% of under 30s are saying one of the main reasons they'll join an organisation is because they can see progression. And I think that's true whether you're at the beginning of your career or later on in your career. So this commitment to skills that we've been talking about is really important for people, whatever stage they're at. And for me, one of the things we're thinking about is, as Sharon described, what skills will we need, not for today, because if we don't have them today, we'll probably have to buy them, but that's not the sustainable answer. But what skills do we need for 5-10 years' time, even if it's, as you described, the macro rather than the micro, so that we can start to create some of those skills. And we've actually used the Financial Services Skills Commission, this Future Skills Framework, as a way to assess, and actually our Chief People Officer is here today, so I'm sure all will be happy to share more with others. But we've gone through 70% of the roles in our organisation, and we've assessed them against that framework and identified where we see the key gaps are. And they're in some of the really obvious areas like data and digital, but they're also critically in areas like empathy. Because as we see the world that James describes, it's that combination of having the great digital, the great tools to deliver for our customers, but it's also the people who will bring that to life. And so very important that we don't get sort of all caught up in data and digital and forget that we still need people and that those skills will actually be what makes a difference. So for us, I think attracting people in at whatever life stage they're at, it's absolutely critical that we can demonstrate that we are interested in their development and that we're committed to that. And one of the practical ways we're doing this is by repurposing our apprentice levy funding, making sure that we're investing in developing some of those skills for our existing colleagues. Because I want to lead a business where we are creating those opportunities for people who work for us today to still be working for us in 5, 6, 7 years, if that is their choice, but to have given them the skills to be successful in that new world. So very important, I think, wherever you are on the spectrum.
Great, thanks, Susan.
Sharon, can I pick up on something?
Yes, please.
You've asked us to be interactive.
Yes, please.
Just on the need to look after people's careers, I think we have one of our main risks is retention risk. You tool people up, and then they leave, and someone else benefits from that. And you've got to develop a new social workplace contract with them, which I think is based on you're looking out for their longer term needs and objectives. And if they feel, because there's insecurity about what the future world would look like, what would technology do to my job, what will my role look like? And I think if the people that work for you have confidence that you have a good idea as to what it might look like, and you're going to give them a fair crack at it and look after them, that starts to make people stickier, and it provides that very environment that you're talking about.
But if I can add one more small thing, building on you a little bit, I think another key point there, though, is something that Bruce touched on in his introduction, which is the collaboration across the broader sector. And some of the work we were doing in Yorkshire and Humber is really about working with, not just financial services firms, but professional services, and saying, actually, some of that skills development can happen. So somebody might work in our organisation, might go and work in Sharon's organisation or in a professional services firm, and then come back in with new skills. So it's also about how we create that community, and in particular, I think outside London, demonstrating to people that there are diverse careers and career paths that can help you to get those skills. So I think collaboration is also key.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much for being interactive. Wonderful. Sharon, you've got a telecoms background. You're now in a big bank. What can the financial services sector learn from other sectors, do you believe? And something that Susan said just piqued my interest on apprenticeship levy. What do you want, and I might ask this of all the panel, the government, whichever government we have, skills is going to be a critical agenda. What do you want to see happening in that space if the apprenticeship levy has not worked as well as anybody wanted it to? So what is your view on that as well, please?
Yeah, so what can we learn? I would say more broadly rather than just telecoms, because I wouldn't say telecoms is the best industry. But I think a few things. So firstly, I think financial services is too insular, and I think our mindset isn't open enough. And that's stopping the industry being permeable in a way that you see other industries being. And I think the FSSC report last year said in an industry with 1 million people, only 11,000 new people join a year. And having worked in loads of other industries, that just sort of feels like way too few people coming in with different perspectives that can really challenge how the industry thinks, and not incrementally change, but make step changes, which I think every industry needs to be doing, and new people with different ideas I think can really help that. I think what you see in other industries, and I think the tech industry is probably the best at thinking through skills. And I remember being in Silicon Valley in probably 2014-15 and listening to Google talking about having not enough data scientists, and I was in Vodafone at the time. They had 5,000. And we were sitting going, what's a data scientist? Yeah, and we sort of came back and said, gosh, we've got to get going on this. And at that point, they were also starting to think about quantum computing. Yeah, and I think, I think if you go to their organisations now, we're still all thinking, what is quantum computing and what might it mean? And I think if you're in some of those organisations, you're already starting to think about the use cases for some of that technology. And what you see on the back of that mindset is the tech firms will be investing, sort of £1,500 per person on skills and training. And I think if we were all to sort of look at ourselves, I don't think we'd be saying, that's where we are. So if you really believe in things, senior people are focusing on them, thinking about them in the future and investing in them. So I think you sort of get that part of it. And then I think other industries are just sort of much more playful around skills. We're starting to get into it, but the gamification, certification, hacks, deal days, sort of just doing things that inspire people to engage in learning in a different way. The good news is there's a ton of fantastic stuff to learn out there, and I think we as an industry have got to go probably learn more from the outside in, but also think about other people in other industries that could come in and help us jump over some of the stages of learning that we might go through. On the levy, I mean, actually Lloyd's, we feel pretty good about the levy. So if we look over the last decade, we have had over 10,000 apprentices. So I think probably one of the largest apprentice organisations in the UK. I think if we could, I think broadening how the levy gets used, I think could be helpful. Yeah, so that it can be invested in a broader way.
Great. I'm going to come to the audience for questions. We've got 15 minutes left, and then we'll see how many we've got. We can come back again. Gentleman at the back with a hand up.
Thank you. Less of a question, more an observation, I think, that brings together many of the strands. But as someone who joined on a graduate programme 12 years ago in my first sort of leadership role, I think it's really challenging to balance that investing in skills and unlocking productivity, because you're in large organisations where the focus might be on sort of profit in the short term or NOI, how you're investing 2 or 3 years in someone and actually thinking of them as the organisational talent rather than your team is something that really needs to come from the top of an organisation. Because if you're in middle management, your incentivization is NOI for that year or your team. So it's kind of pulling together a lot of what you've said today, and I don't know if you have any observations on that as leaders.
Who'd like to take that one?
I mean, this problem's acute in law firms. We're driven by transactions, we're driven by the billable hour, and we get part of our internal validation through that. If you look at our smart timers that we fill in religiously, you don't have the one for learning doesn't go to your annual target. If you do pro bono, I think it does, but not the learning one. And that we don't invest capital, so our investment is people and people's time. And I think we're struggling with it. We don't currently put enough emphasis on it. I think that will change, but we're at the kind of the beginning of that journey. I think you do have people in the organisation who, that just because of who they are, they're sufficiently brave that they just say, you know what, I'm going to do it because it's the right thing to do and it's interesting. And if you can allow people like that, who inherently I find around the organisation, to put their head above the bunker and do that, then you can start to generate that. But also I think the line managers, and I think partners are line managers, it's our job to make sure that the people working for us have the confidence to invest time. So we've got to permanently make sure that they feel they can do that without being criticised for it.
Oh, just a few. So it's interesting. At IBM, I don't know if they still do it, but they, I think, really did some quite clever stuff in their organisation on pivoting their skills. And it was interesting. I think either on Workday or LinkedIn or something, you actually wore a badge that said how many hours of skills training you were clocking up. And actually it was a badge of honour rather than something negative, and actually they almost had a league table for who was learning, and of course it's future skills, not just any old skill, that they were really trying to encourage their organisation to or the people in their organisation to focus on. I think the second part is functions like people functions can sort of help put the business case together, because the cost of moving people on because they haven't got the right skills, or hiring external people versus taking good quality people with the right mindset and helping them reskill, then the numbers really do add up. And I think it's incumbent upon people functions to do that. I think the third thing I would say is we're competing in a global world, and being really tough, the world that we're competing in, people work in the day in their day job and actually put probably, maybe even too much of their personal time into reskilling. I've just come back from the Lloyd's Technology Centre in India, and I'd sort of forgotten how hungry people are to learn. And whilst, I sit here in the UK and work-life balance, we're talking about all of those things that I think we really passionately believe in. The truth is, though, we're competing on a global platform with people with different mindsets to learning. And somehow, probably, both have got to come a bit closer, where we as individuals have to fight for our learning, do some of it in our own personal time, because if not, within a few years, we will not have the skills to do what we need to be doing. So I think as individuals, we need to do that. And at the same time, organisations, we really need to get our act together on this agenda and start seeing it, for what it is, a business imperative.
I like the idea of the Future Skills Badge.
It's nice.
That sounds good. Amelia,
No, I was just going to add actually on that point around imperative. I think actually within parts of the business, even if that's not set top down, that imperative materialises. So I sponsor a big piece of work around client data and analytics. And actually to deliver that work, we have to reskill people. We have to get a stronger sort of cross-pollination between the tech capabilities we have and sort of the business, if you like. And there are parts of elements of my team that look after things, whether that's consultant databases, client data. We have to be able to put in more of that skill set around how we manage and govern that data. And it is more and more important. More people look at it, more people use it. We all know you've got a kind of garbage in, garbage out problem. So that has to happen. And equally, we're all seeing, we've all got cost pressures. When I look at the skills makeup across my team, actually, if I can bring in an apprentice and I can develop them, that's a much cheaper way for me to bring in a skill set, and it can deliver a huge amount of value. And we've had a lot of success, particularly with apprentices actually within the team.
Very good, thank you. More questions over at the back there. Thank you.
Could you give some practical examples of ways in which you train empathy to your employees?
Yeah. Not the technical skills, some of the more culturally sensitive skills.
I'm going to say, I think this is something we're still working on, to be perfectly honest, so I wouldn't say we have that correctly right yet, but I do think we can look at other sectors. I spent quite a bit of time looking at the hospitality sector and some of the hotel chains that have, tens of thousands of employees and how they train. But there's also a really important part about understanding the individual. I mean, I always use the example, it's not quite an empathy thing, but I use the example of Ritz-Carlton saying when they're hiring housekeepers, when they want the sort of person who backs out of a room and looks to see other curtains a certain way and is something just so. And I do think there's something about thinking about our recruitment. So it is a little bit about about the training, but it's also about recruitment and being really clear what skills we need and then trying to find people. Because I think you can train most things, but some of those human characteristics, I think are innate.
No, and I came from retail, and I remember years and years ago, we were looking at empathy, and actually there's quite clever tests that all the retailers sort of got into. It is quite hard if it's not who you are. That said, it's not impossible. Some people probably, have it naturally for all sorts of reasons, men and women. I think if you teach people word patterns and you give them access to really nice role models and you reward them for those behaviours, which can be either financial or promotions, then people get what is important. So I think it is easier to find, but not impossible to help people go on a journey.
Have we got any questions on the app, by the way? I don't want to forget that. If there aren't any, we'll carry on with the questions from the floor.
Can I make one point on the empathy?
Please, James, yes.
I mean, it's to empathise, you've got to also be balanced yourself. So I think one of the aspects of having a rounded workforce is getting the workforce to realise that work is work and there's family and there's health and there's other things, getting them to appreciate that the sacrifices they make, that doesn't mean they work less or harder, it means they understand their own contract with you and what they're doing. Because if they've got control over what they're doing and an understanding of what they're doing, it's easier then to reach out and form that bond with someone else.
Right, we have a question. It was right in front of me there. Thank you, Claire. I can't see for looking. Right, let's use some tech then. Here we go. There's a question from the audience. Do the panel feel the skills issues and skills experience is sufficiently represented in the boardroom?
Well, I'd say it's something. So I can just speak briefly about Yorkshire Building Society, and the board at Yorkshire Building Society are very interested in the development of the skills, and they're kind of really pushing for us. We have a strategy session twice a year, and one of the big topics there will be the skills we need for the future. Even just the board last week, lots of questions about AI and the impact of AI. I know it's been touched on briefly here, and what will that do for the roles that we have in the society over the next 5-10 years, and how do we equip our colleagues to address that? So I'd say it's a very, very live topic actually in our board and indeed the boards of the other organisations I've been in.
Yeah. I'll be a bit more controversial. I think probably they need to do more. So I think if you look at boards, I think they got the memo that said we need more diversity. So I think that's really good. I'm proud our board's got 46% women on it. So I think there's a lot of good work done in the last decade to improve that. Of course, more to do. But I think the skills agenda becoming a strategic agenda for most of the people that are sitting on boards, when they were executives, this was not a strategic agenda. So the instinct is not for it to be a strategic agenda. Now, people on boards are really clever and they want their businesses to succeed. And so I feel confident with people like the FSSC, doing the type of work that they're doing. If we can get government and the regulators to really get behind them, then I think we can increase the volume of focus and conversations that are happening. So I think our board's pretty good on it. I talk to them. They want more, faster. So I feel like but I think even they have more to do to really help with this agenda. And I think that will be the case for all of us in this in this room.
Amelia, Adamanji.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd completely agree with what you've both said around this is a really live topic. And I think historically we've been quite good on the hard skills. We put people through their CFA and all those kinds of things. And I think some of these, particularly some of the softer skills and how you create really good managers is a really hot topic for us. Because actually that is critical to having all of this thought process around skills framework as well. So yeah, I mean, I don't spend probably as much time as you discussing with them, but I mean, maybe that's actually symptomatic of the fact, from a strategy perspective, I spend a lot of time talking about the what's and how do we prioritise what we're trying to do and make sure everyone understands what we're trying to do. We need to then progress that conversation into, and are we really equipped to do that? And what are those key skills? Where is that sort of execution focus, to some of the points you were making at the start, Sharon, about really embedding that within the strategic priorities of the business?
Yeah, and actually that's probably a build for the Commission, which is probably the strategy directors in organisations. We need to hook into them more, because the instinct of a strategy director should be, because you do the building blocks, what are the big pieces of capability that we think the organisation needs for today and tomorrow? And then the next thought should be how do I partner to build the skills to deliver that? And I'm not sure. Again, we've quite got the instinct there, and I think so. There's a real opportunity, I think, for the Commission to sort of think about that even more.
There's a lot of change. Boards are permanently catching up at the moment. I think that's just where we are in the world with all the sustainability, the technology, the political issues, etc., the macro issues. So I think it's a very challenging time to be a director, but it's also a trick question because you can never be fully skilled because there's always emerging skills. So I think you've got to be aware, open, and that's the starting point.
Very good. I see Claire taking careful notes as you were just talking there, particularly Sharon. Well, time is our enemy. We are up. Time is up. Thank you to Susan, thank you to Sharon, thank you to Amelia, and thank you to James. Thanks for your participation as well.
Keith, thank you to the panel. Lots to pick up there. We're now going to have a slightly different session. Sharon's going to stay where she is, and we'll be joined by Tracy Vedgrow, Chief Exec from the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investments, and Rena, who is an employee at Lloyds Bank. If you want to come up, we're going to look at a reskilling journey from the point of view of an employee, and really just how does it feel? How does it work? What does that process look like? So join me in welcoming Tracy, Sharon and Rena to the stage. Thanks.
Rena? Well, this is going to be a good session because it's a real deep dive into all the things that we've touched on so far this morning. And I really wanted to say, first and foremost, a big welcome to Rena, who has agreed to share with us a lot of her personal journey around what it's been like to be at Lloyds Banking Group through this period of upskilling or reskilling or actually building the skills capability. I personally, as CEO at the CSI, was just thrilled to take this session because, of course, continuous development, reskilling is core to our membership, and probably the issue that comes up more and more as the thing that why people want to join a membership body, which is quite counter to the old-fashioned view of why people might want to join a membership body. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Sharon perhaps to introduce you, and then I've got some great questions that people have submitted, and I'm going to try and do justice in 15 minutes to what probably is a story that could take us all day. So over to you.
Yeah. So, look, it's a real pleasure to have Rena here. We have about 1,300 people on our apprentice programs right now, and 200 would be classed as reskilling. I think it's a slightly vague definition, if I'm honest, because when I actually think we've got more doing reskilling, but there's a lot of people, and we want even more. I'm not going to steal Rena's thunder. She's got a fantastic example of moving into tech, not having that background, and I'm going to let her tell us her wonderful story.
Brilliant. Rena, over to you.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my experience. As you know, my name is Rena, and I born and brought up in India, and I completed my all studies in India. After completion of my MBA in finance and marketing, I started working with a broking house, and where the share market trading was happening, and I worked there 2.5 years, and then I moved into insurance sector. And in insurance sector, I worked 8 years, and meanwhile, I met my husband in 2016, and I got married. And 2017 October, I moved into UK and in Manchester. So then, when I moved in Manchester, and again I started looking for a job. It was quite difficult for me because it's a new country, new way of working culture. So, but in March 2018, I got an opportunity in Lloyds Banking Group, Manchester, and I started working with savings department. I worked there 2.5 years, and in 2020, I got pregnant, and at the same time, COVID also started. in September 2020, my daughter Vartika, she born, and I was in my maternity leave. So I thought, let's start studying something. Like I studied about Java, I did Python course. So, and it was all online, training, some online like Udemy courses and all I was doing. And I was learning coding, like I was 1 year, and then I'm back to work in 2021, and then started applying for tech role within LBG, Lloyds Banking Group. And but because lack of experience, due to lack of it, I was not able to get into tech role. And but still I was keep on applying, and same time I moved into fraud and dispute department within a LBG. I was working with them, and but I thought, no, I will not stop myself. I will keep, because I learned 2 programming language, so I can apply for that. But it like same time what was happening, like in 2023, year 2023, I saw that LBG, Lloyds Banking Group, is giving an opportunity to non-tech people to come into tech and via apprenticeship. So I applied for software developer apprentice within Lloyds Banking Group, and I got this role. And the best part of this apprentice is on-job training, and during this training program, I learned coding language, that is definitely some programming language I learned, and I clear my level 2 English and maths, and level 3 software soft skills, workplace soft skills, that also I completed. And this is this opportunity, like this apprentice is not only for like is giving you a permanent role, is overall development is there. So this is my journey.
Reena, I do not know how you managed to fit it all in. I think you're massively underestimating what a committed individual you are. So I'm going to say everybody's going to give you a big shout out for that. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. But tell me a little bit. So it strikes me, we're going to hear a bit from Sharon next, but it strikes me that the process and the pathways at Lloyds are pretty varied then. So you were already employed, and then you did the apprenticeship route. That's probably quite unusual that somebody did that. Were there other people at Lloyds doing it, and what support did you get?
If we talk about support, as I said, it's on-job training. So they give us the training about what work we have to do first thing, and then they help us to improve our soft skill, which is I already mentioned that. And they also give us time to interact with different people and different department, so that you can get exposure, and what you really wanted to be, you can get the ideas. So Lloyds Banking Group is giving opportunity to everyone. And this time I have seen that they are especially promoting women in tech, so which is it's a good opportunity for everyone.
So again, before we move to Sharon, tell me, so if you had one piece of advice to give other women who are thinking, crikey, this is an important area, maybe I should reskill, but I'm just not sure. What does it mean to be a woman in tech?
One piece of advice, you are talking about only women or for everyone?
Yeah, just for women in tech, because I think there's a bit both. Yeah.
Men need some advice as well.
It's we should always work on our skills. At least spend 2 hours every day to enhance your skills, because it gives us strength, and it will make us fearless. And as we all know that world needs skilled people, and they welcome always skilled people. So, and if you are a skilled person, then you will never be a jobless or you will never without work. So that's the thing I just wanted to tell everyone.
That's very forward thinking. But what I think has really come out today was also that you are a person who takes opportunities.
Yeah.
And I sometimes wonder, across all of these agendas, we're all writing reports. And, you know, I used to be a policymaker in Whitehall. I've worked on skills now for such a long time. And I do wonder whether we've got to create a bit more passion in people that they can do it. You know, what do you think about? Who are your role models in Lloyds? Am I allowed to ask that? Just your colleagues, or, you know, how did it get to excite you so much that you could retrain in tech?
Like, you know, it's like, I can say that because, you know, after completion of my schooling in India, I wanted to be an engineer. But due to lack of guidance and lack of, you know, there was some financial crisis in my family. So I was not able to do that. So I chose my career to I did a bachelor in accountancy. And then I thought, okay, and then it's still like, you know, if you don't have guidance, what you want to do, then like guidance and as well as some financial support you need. If it is both are lacking in your life, then I think maybe you will go to wrong direction. But, you know, someday it will come to your, you know, way if you really want to do that one. So same thing happened with me when I met my husband, and he is just motivated. When I shared my thing with him, then he said, okay, let's do this one. And
your motivation is really infectious, I really think. Sharon, I'm going to ask, so how do you create more Rinas in your organisation? It's an amazing story.
It is, isn't it? So look, I think, you know, there's a few things. So one is, I think we all have to figure out how we make scaled space for apprenticeships stroke graduates, because I think probably particularly with AI, you know, some of the views might be that some of the entry roles might actually disappear. There's slightly different schools of thought, but that's definitely one. But you know, to be a healthy society, you've got to create tracks that allow next generations of talent to work their way through. So I think, you know, as we're thinking about the shape of an organisation and the investment at different levels, then I think we have to hold on to entry levels, and for us actually in Lloyds, probably 2/3 of our apprenticeships come from inside the organisation, rather than you know, external. We like that too, but there's a whole sort of path. And as I said, right now there's about 1,300 going through some form of apprenticeship. So I think there's you know, at a sort of, again, strategic workforce level, you've got to sort of think that way. Otherwise you'll not stay healthy. I think the second is, you know, how do you create heroes of the line managers that support people like Rena? Because it's a different muscle, isn't it? Having people that you've got to coach and help reskill, and you know, how do we really celebrate those leaders that do that well and probably have higher empathy and probably are thinking more about the big picture and how they contribute to the total organisation, rather than just, I need something done and I can just plug in someone that's already skilled to do it. So those people that do it, let's celebrate them. And then I think the third piece is sort of telling fantastic stories. And I think you know, Rena is an inspiration clearly to all of us in the room, but inside Lloyds, you know, because these are super examples. We know we don't have enough women in tech. We know that that's not going to be good for our customers, because most of the experience that our customers will have will be in the code. So if most of the experience will be in the code, both in terms of delighting but limiting bias, then, you know, I'm not saying that men can't do that, but balance increases the probability that we're going to create code that serves the society that we're in. So there's real business drivers for us taking this seriously. And If we haven't got enough women in the UK in technology, which we don't, then I think we have to then say at different stages of careers, how do we get more women into tech and excited and motivated like Rena is, whilst on maternity in a new country, sort of putting us all to shame. Actually, you sort of feel like we're not trying hard enough. So those are some of the things that we're doing to try and create more Renas.
I do think, Rena, you are underestimating massively the commitment you've shown. But for me, we see it in our membership. Certain areas really do start to excite the imagination. But if you don't have the examples of people who've done it, the other thing I was going to ask about, did you have a mentor in the organisation? We've seen our mentoring scheme really take off because actually people want to have someone they could go and talk to that's not their line manager sometimes.
Yeah, we have a mentor in our in LBG, and they always suppose if they want to change their career in different department. So because when I was in a savings department, I spoke to my line manager at that time in 2018, and I showed my interest. So there was one training program, 6-month training program. So they said that okay, we will mentor you, will guide you how you can prepare for interviews, how can you prepare for online exams and all. So there are some teams, those who are working on people, those who want to change their career, they want to get skills.
Brilliant. We've got 1 minute left, and I've just got one question, which was around how much do you think people think 1 year ahead, 3 years ahead, 5 years ahead? What are your sort of skills horizons at the group, Sharon? And then I'm going to ask you, Rena, I'll give you notice of your personal horizon. What next for you?
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, so look, I think it's not enough. Yeah, I think we're doing a massive reskilling because we're in the middle of one of the biggest UK FS transformations right now. So, we come probably from slightly behind to be catching up, and we talk about trying to be the biggest fintech in the UK and have a fantastic CTO that's part of helping us do that. ex-ING happens to be blind, sitting on our exco, so really changing our views about how you think about being inclusive. So I think we're in catch up, but we absolutely are dipping our toe in the quantum computing space, because I think that is another, as AI is a massive game changer. And I think we're all grappling with that. But the truth is that was 5 years ago, and it's not the future, it's sort of now. So we're all in the middle of AI, cloud, all of those sort of front end tech skills, as well as how do we engage with our customers differently, how do we design products that really delight them. So I think we're all in there. But going 5-10 years, it's some of that sort of out there technology that will massively change our way of living and working. And I sadly think we're all sort of not quite where we need to be, but we're sort of running fast to try and catch up.
Rena, the last word to you.
I want to be tech lead within 5 years, and meanwhile I just want to give the guidance and help of women to get into tech, and I want to support those kind of committee, because within a LBG there are a lot of mentor things this kind of committees are there. So I just want to help them, and I want to encourage all the women, please get into tech, and it's a really good work and you will love it, you will enjoy it.
Well, honestly, Rena, it's been tremendous looking more into your story. Thank you so much, and thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much to Rena, Tracy and Sharon. Really inspiring story and the whole reskilling journey. And I'm going to sign myself up for a quantum computing course because Sharon told me. We've now got a coffee break, refreshment break. If you're at home, you need to put the kettle on. But if you're here, we've got some refreshments outside. And we'll reconvene at 11 o'clock. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back so promptly after coffees from the various conversations that were happening. I can see that there was a full exchange of ideas off the back of what was, I'm sure you'll agree, a very content-rich morning. We now move on to our next panel session of the day. We will be looking at talent for the future, driving innovation and maintaining competitiveness. And what could be more important and more practical to build on the conversations that we've had this morning about how we then put all of that into practice on the basis of making sure that the UK-based financial and related professional services industry is attracting, retaining and developing the best talent from the UK and globally, to look at how the industry can grow its talent pipeline and how to collectively ensure that the industry continues to attract the people it needs. And I'm sure you'll agree that we have a fantastic first-class panel to look at this, led by David Whiten, columnist from Dow Jones and contributor to The Times, who will be chairing Anna Anthony, managing partner at financial services at EY UK, Nishma Gosrani, financial services partner at Bain & Co. and a member of the City UK's Next Generation Leadership Council, Alistair Haynes, the founder and CEO of Aquis Exchange and the chair of the City UK's Business Council, and Dan Kellett, Chief Data Officer of Capital One. Could you please welcome them to the stage?
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to this session, which, as Miles says, is entitled Talent for the Future, Driving Innovation and Maintaining Competitiveness. We'll be getting down to nuts and bolts, looking at the challenge facing the industry and how some, particularly the firms that some of our panelists advise or run, how they're tackling it. My name's David Whiten, and I have a terrific panel here, so I won't say very much because these people know what they're talking about. And Miles has introduced them, so I think we should crack on. But I have been writing about financial services for a very long time, and have seen the cycle that Bruce Carnegie Brown mentioned of particularly 20 or 30 years ago, when you would, if you talk to, 20 years ago, if you talk to a financial services leader and ask them about training, you would tend to get a bit of a glazed expression and then they'd change the subject. And that is not the case now, where and some of it may be window dressing, and some of it may be them knowing that they should be very engaged with skills. But it does seem to me, as an outsider, that it has shot up the agenda at board level and executive committee level. I think those firms that didn't get it got a bit of a shock after the pandemic, when we had this acute labour shortage and people were suddenly panicking about where they were going to get their talent from. And I did, a very senior banker I talked to a while ago said that in the old days they used to develop their technology in-house but buy in their talent, and now he was increasingly buying in the technology and building the talent. But while things have certainly improved, the challenge is pretty daunting, I have to say, as an outsider. We were just talking about Andy Haldane, the former chief economist of the Bank of England, who's had some very tough things to say about training in the UK generally, where we are a laggard on the European scale, and on some measures financial services still doesn't do very well. But if you think it's challenging in financial services, you should try doing it in journalism, where I know, it's even more challenging. And I have to say, I don't think many colleagues of my generation would be wearing those badges showing how much training you'd had. Anyway, let's hear from the people who know what they're talking about and have been very much engaged both in their own firms and in advising other firms. And could I start, Anna, with you, to sort of sketch out how you see the progress that's been made so far, and are we getting there?
I'm going to say yes and no. So maybe before we look forward, it might be worth taking a little step back, and then we can reflect on how far we've come, but probably what we still need to do. So I think the Skills Task Force report back in 2020, I think, was a wake-up call for this industry. It certainly was for me when you looked at some of the data in that, showing how big the skills gap was and the trend of how that was going to continue for financial services unless it was addressed. When you looked at some of the data in that, the dependency on highly skilled workers was growing. The industry was competing quite heavily with tech companies in a way it never had before with talent, and I would argue at that point was losing that battle. And as you've already mentioned, significantly underinvesting in training. So it was the third lowest of all sectors in terms of investment in training for employees back in 2020, which is quite shocking, I would say. If you fast forward to the latest report, there's definitely some progress in that. So we've moved from only about 50% of financial services firms actually forecasting their skills gap, which is a big bit of this. If you followed the work of the Commission, forecasting is a huge part of that. That has moved from 50% of firms to over 80% of firms now forecasting, which is a huge step forward. Investment training has gone up 32%. That's also really encouraging. I would say there's still more to do on that, and we can talk about that a bit. And the competition on talent has become a bit easier, but I might argue for the wrong reasons. I think that's more about the economy than necessarily the industry doing more than the tech companies. I think there's just been a shift in the wider economy. So I think in the last few years we've made progress, but there are still gaps. We know, and you'll have seen if you look at the little brochures on your desk, the number of people in the financial services workforce that still need upskilling is substantial. It's about 160,000 people in the UK that need upskilling. And that is a huge endeavour, and probably what we'll talk about a bit more on this panel, so I won't waffle on anymore.
Nishma, can I then move on to, to the outsider, it does look a pretty daunting challenge. I mean, it's tough in a steady state. And we're so far from a steady state. I mean, thinking about, we were talking in earlier sessions about forecasting your needs. And I find it, I mean, boy, is that a hard job. Thinking what your needs are going to be when we have very little grasp on the impact of, well, Sharon was saying that AI is history and it's all quantum computing now, for goodness sake. But how on earth do you cope with those challenges coming down the pipeline?
Yeah, so David, I think there are three major challenges that we face as an industry. And unsurprisingly, you know, the conversation that permeated the corridors of Davos across every financial services organisation at the moment is the implementation of AI, both from a cost and productivity perspective, but also embedding it into products. Now, the issue with this at the moment, which also brings me on to the second challenge, because I think they're both combined, is that we do not have, as an industry, enough data scientists to go around. We do not have enough technology stack engineers. And if we look at those leaving university age 21 to what the workforce actually needs, there's a huge gap. And it doesn't matter what we do at this stage, even if we were to push secondary education that way, we're not going to be able to meet the demand. So I strongly believe that there is a role for corporates and government and education, and the three of them have to come together very quickly to be able to bridge this gap, or we will not remain competitive as a sector versus our European counterparts, and certainly not the US. So we really need to reshape and rethink how we're going to bring that together. And I think a lot of financial services institutions, particularly the wholesale banks, have put their hands up to do that. And we're seeing, the likes of Citi, for example, establishing universities with governments in Ireland, with the Irish government, to enable some of that moving forward. And I think the third issue that organisations are grappling with at the moment, and certainly I lead our organisation practice at Bain within financial services, and the conversations I'm having with senior executives is very much the employee value proposition has not changed in line with what 21-year-olds are demanding of financial services institutions when they leave. And what I mean by that is that they are looking for a portfolio career. They're not looking to make managing director, many of them. They're looking for a very bespoke product. And we're talking about, the disruption of technology and AI and what that's actually going to do on a industry that's very used to pyramids and structures that have been around for decades. And what AI is actually going to do is take that pyramid and squeeze it into a square. And the industry will be shaped very differently as a result of AI. Hierarchies will have to go to enable the transition and the change. And the employee value proposition isn't going to meet that. So, there's quite a lot of work to be done on that as well, end to end, to be able to meet the demand. And as Anna said, there are many that don't want to join the industry anymore. And actually they want to go to, other industries where they believe that they can understand the value, the purpose of the institution. And so how do we bridge that to ensure that the employee value proposition meets the technological disruption and demand in an industry that's moving extremely quickly?
Let's drill further down into the demand for data scientists, and because Dan, you're at the sharp end here, running a team of 80. How do you attract people, train them, and how are you looking at the challenges you're going to face in the next few years?
Yeah,
and can we start to address the big question of women as well?
Yeah, and I think this comes down to, firstly, what are you asking from your data science team in this particular example, but also where are you looking to try and bring in and develop that talent? So, as I said, my background's in data scientist. I joined Capital One as a data scientist back in 2000. And I think the lazy way to develop a data science team is to just go and hire a load of PhDs from computer science or data science. Job done. Now, the problem with that is, firstly, you're only going to get one type of thinking there. You're going to get very deep technical understanding, but that may not necessarily land in your organization or bring together the various different teams that you're going to need to actually have successful applications of data science. The other aspect of that is that will represent the population who are doing PhDs in computer science and mathematics, data science. And if we look at university numbers, that's heavily skewed towards male. I don't think that's the approach that you need to be taking in order to build an effective data science function. What you really need to be building is a team, and that team needs to reflect the wide variety of skills that a successful data scientist has. Not just that deep technical expertise, but also how do you work with other stakeholders to effectively deliver on time? How do you focus on what the actual business need is? How do you communicate those results? A wide variety of different skills that are needed there. The approach that we've looked to try and take at Capital One is to think about what are the different channels by which we can actually attract people into those careers. There is still a place for going out and that graduate and PhD hiring, but more and more we're seeing the opportunity is, firstly, let's look at our existing employee base. There's a whole load of people who really understand our business, really get the interactions with our customers and understand our processes, and have a real curiosity for learning new things and building better processes. If we can focus on that population, whether that's through apprenticeships, whether that's through making available roles within the data team, that's a great way of bringing that insight in. And actually you can partner those people with the people who have those deep technical skills and actually build up both sides so that you end up with a much more rounded team. And by the way, if you do that, you end up with a way more diverse data science team that is much more effective at solving business problems.
And stickier, presumably easier to retain than just hiring some hotshot who then can be hired as a hotshot.
Absolutely. You're building a really deep link to the organisation. You're demonstrating to your employees that you care about their future career development and building out those skills that Anna talked about. That naturally leads to much more stickiness.
Can I just add on to that thing to Nishma's point, because we do looking at something similar. When you look at a generation that wants a portfolio career, that doesn't necessarily mean with different organisations. So there is an opportunity, I think, to roll a portfolio within a company to give people that answer without losing them entirely.
Great. We'll come back to those, all those issues in a moment. I'd just like to bring in Alistair, who runs a startup, really, well, a maturing startup now, but has you must have faced particular challenges running a startup needing highly skilled specialist people, and you can't wait for years to train them up, but it's also you didn't have masses of money to pay top dollar to get them. Tell us about your experience.
Well, I look at this in completely the other end of the spectrum, which is, we are not a startup today, but we actually 1 in 20 transactions across the whole of Europe is transacted on Aquis Exchange. So we're an important part of market structure today. But when we founded the business, you're always slightly mad to want to found a challenger stock exchange. And what is a stock exchange? It is a utility, it manages message traffic, and it's a fintech business. And I believe that skills are transferable, but jobs are not. So when we founded this business, how do you attract the highest quality? And when we talk about companies here that have literally tens of thousands of people, we have just under 100 people. And when we started, we had about 10 or 15 people. How do you attract the skills that are absolutely essential? And the important thing with this is you have to get people with broad skills. And they don't necessarily, and I'm sorry for everybody who's working in financial services, which is most of us, it is a lot easier to teach people financial services than it is actually to get the skills from other industries to join financial services. So in other words, what we did, we looked at the transferability of skills by taking somebody from the European Space Agency. We're a networking business. We took a lot of people out of the telecoms industry. We actually took people out of the film and entertainment industry, and we taught them what a bid and offer was. It was much more effective than having to pay up, and a name like Alistair and a brother called Hamish, there's a Scottish ancestry, so we have particularly deep pockets. We don't necessarily want to go and pay a lot of money to go and take somebody out of Goldman Sachs, whereas actually we can train somebody. Now the next part is, how do you get that skill set transferability within your company, not just from outside the industry to your company? And the way you do that is, first of all, you get skills protectionism. Somebody comes in with a tremendous skill and they think they're paid a lot of money because they have that skill. That's the first thing you have to break down, because what you want to do is make quite certain that that person is training other people around them. We've seen it with salespeople. They're my clients. You're not going to talk to them. We see it in journalists. It's my story. Nobody else is going to have that. So what you have to do is make quite certain that the skill that that individual has is passed. If you want to get paid at Aquis, teach your skills to other people. If you don't want to get paid at Aquis, be a protectionist and keep it to yourself. And we have all these things like lunch and learn every week, or every month we have a lunch and learn session where we call people in, people within the company, people outside in the industry, to come in and give their experience so that we can actually learn and educate. And you have to. If you're a 100-person company and you're dealing with the Goliath businesses, you have to look at things in a very, very different way. And that is what I think has made us the success story, and we've become, the 7th largest exchange in Europe today now, and one of the biggest technology providers in the world in exchange technology. And it's done because of the skills. In the future, I promise you one thing: you will hire for skill, you will not hire for the role.
Anna, can we go back to the thank you, Anna, that's really interesting. Can we go back to the women pipeline issue? How are we doing, and how can we do better? Because we're clearly not doing that well. And how does it, when there's a lot of coverage, I write stuff myself about what's happening at the top of companies, and how is that reflecting people's efforts further down, and how does it link to efforts further down?
Yes, so we are doing better, but we are definitely not done, would be my summary. And so one of the things we look at, to your point, in some of the research we do is what is the diversity at the top of your organisation, because that in some way influences the tone and the opportunity in the rest of your organisation. And there has definitely been progress there. So we look at this across European financial services. And at board level, across European financial services, it's currently 57% male, 43% female, which as a headline statistic, I would argue, is not bad and is a lot better than it was. However, if you drill into that number, you will find a lot of the women hold non-executive positions, which generally are a position of less influence, I would argue, particularly on the culture of an organisation. And when we look at the most recent appointments in the last year, so in 2022, over 60% of new appointments on boards of financial services were women. Good news. Last year, that dropped to 31%. That held the number the same, but that's a big drop in 1 year. And when you look at what were the underlying causes of that, one of the big things being looked for currently in board roles is C-suite experience and tech skills. And when you look then at the population that people are selecting from, it narrows in the female one. And I think this really links to the point that you were making, Alistair, that I think we need to think a bit more broadly about what we mean by skills. Because if you interpret skills to experience, and your experience requirement is C-suite, by definition, when you look at the stats, your pool of women is going to be small. If you look at skills and say, has this person had a role where they can manage senior stakeholders, where they can interact with lots of different people, you could look much more broadly and have someone who has the skills of a C-suite, even if they've never been in the C-suite. So I think we have to start thinking very differently around what skills do people need to do jobs, rather than what experience have they had historically. And I think that might take us towards a slightly different answer. And if you can start to change the diversity at the top of your organisation, I think you can then start to influence the diversity all the way through your organisation. You have to do it from both. I could talk about this forever, because you can also do it from bottom up. But yeah, I'll answer your question top down.
The same issue applies further down in terms of experience and skills.
It does, and I think a lot of companies for a long time have had targets around gender representation at every level in the organisation. The issue with that is it just takes a long time to come to fruition. I would say most companies manage to hire 50-50 at graduate level, or sometimes actually we're better than that in terms of fit. But by the time you get to the top of the organisation, you have diluted. And that period of time is long. So I think we need to start intervening at every level if we're going to make change faster.
I absolutely 100% agree with what you say. The issue tends to come in the fintech business. If you look at graduates and who are coming out available to hire, the amount of women who are graduating, it's getting better, but it's nowhere nearly at the point that I think you made, at the level of demand. So you have this massive supply and demand problem. So it is all about getting education at a very, very early stage. We do some work with some South London schools, and we are shocked at the amount of people, when we look at the classrooms of maybe 50 people doing economics. Last year, there were only 4 girls in that class. The rest were all boys. It was a shocking state of affairs. And you've got to think, why did they pick that? You know, economics should be something which really does get a broad gender diversity, but it's not. So there is a problem there that needs to be tackled at the school level, even before university level.
Yes, but any things that you've found firms or your clients who are doing particularly well, anything that you'd point to?
Yeah. So many of you will have seen the Women in Finance Charter Blueprint, which Bain was commissioned to write alongside Amanda Blanc, the Chief Executive of Aviva. We worked with 50 chief executives and the Treasury to develop the research. Now, there are 4 sort of broad categories under which we think there are some quick wins for institutions to start moving this. So the stats tell us that the numbers have dropped. They've gone the other way. And actually, if we continue at this rate, we won't reach gender parity until 2050, which frankly is appalling across our industry. And our industry lags behind the others, and that won't be surprising to many of you. So the framework is split into 4: recruitment, retention, promotion, and culture and behaviour change. Now, a lot of the emphasis in the blueprint is very much around culture and behaviour change. As Anna mentioned, we are seeing most graduate employers at 50-50, certainly at the bottom level. The issue at the top is that whilst there are many more in the C-suite, and the FCA has recently, after sort of a long consultation period through the pandemic, issued its diversity and inclusion paper where it's requesting 30% of women on boards, and that would no doubt drop to ExCos as well, is that at that C-level, the majority of the positions held by women are still very much in functional roles, so the CHRO or the coup, for example, rather than P&L holders. And of course, we know in our industry, to get to chief executive, you still need to have a P&L responsibility. So that is fundamentally an issue, although I know in some organisations that has recently changed. And then to the point that was made earlier, if you look at the stats around FTSE 100, for example, if one woman obviously drops off, and we saw Alison Rose from NatWest last year, that then impacts the numbers dramatically, and obviously we've then seen a dip. What we're seeing, though, is that the industry for the first time is collaborating. So subsects of the industry, wholesale banking, retail banking, asset management, fintechs, etc., are collaborating because they recognise that this is now an industry issue, so Goldman's need to speak to Morgan's and Bank of America. What we also know is that the same women are being moved around at the most senior levels by some very naughty headhunters. So that is not helping the issue, because obviously once you move into a new organisation, it takes you a year to redevelop by the time you then make a promotion. So, you know, certainly we've seen a lot of that, and we're trying to put a stop to that collectively as a task force, which Amanda leads. The Treasury Select Committee is due to issue their report this week. You'll know that just before Christmas, there was an inquiry into sexism in the city, which is stating that actually things really haven't moved since 2018. Which is very worrying. So there are lots of different things here, but a couple of quick wins which I'll leave you with, which of course are in the blueprint, are things like, if your organisation is still undertaking an employee survey on an annual basis, you might as well not bother. That has to really move to weekly pulse surveys, where you're able to establish whether a female member of the team is going to leave, and not wait until they've emotionally checked out when you receive your survey results 6 months later. There are things like consistent recruitment. So every single time a role comes up, somebody will want to recruit somebody that looks like them, feels like them, and actually it's the quickest thing to do. And it needs an intervention for someone to say, we need to go through the process. I need to understand if it's a non-diverse hire, why we're making this decision. And actually that shortlist needs to be thought about a few times by different executives. And then on culture and behaviour change, we made some very dramatic statements actually, which caught the attention of the press, as you may have seen last year, which were focused around zero tolerance in the boardroom. So an intervention that's required by the chair and the chief executive when P&L holders are not role modelling the behaviours that you would expect. And I think it's a combination of process, compliance, and culture and behaviour change that's really going to change the industry.
can we go from the top back to the coal face, Dan? And interested in how you attract more women into data science, and how you, and whether you think they're not going to want to stay in data science forever. They may want to go into leadership roles, or how does that all work?
I think to some extent it's about how you talk about the role, the skills involved in that. So if I give you an example, so when I was hired by Capital One back in 2000, data scientist didn't exist. It wasn't a thing. I was hired as a statistician. And if you look at roles that are advertised as a statistician role, you end up seeing a much more gender balanced distribution of people who are applying for those roles. If you move to language that is much more data science, computer science, software engineering focused, then you see big shifts in those distributions. Essentially, the role could be exactly the same. You're asking for very similar skills, very similar behaviours, but the way that you talk about that, the way that you advertise those roles can have a really big impact on the distribution of people who apply for that role. So there's something definitely around the language and the way that you advertise those roles. I think it's also really important to think about what's the process like as people go through applying for those roles. Are they able to see a diverse range of interviewers that give them a good understanding of that this is important, this matters, and actually it is really important that you see multiple different people from different backgrounds as part of that candidate experience. So I think there's lots of different things you can do there as part of the interview process. But then actually I think that's just the start. The real work starts when people join the organisation. They need to feel like they are included. They need to feel like they have the support from both their peers and management, that they have the opportunity to grow their careers, to try different things, to take some risks maybe. And so it's how do you build that culture that allows for a diverse workforce to thrive together.
We're going to move to questions in 1 second, but can I just ask Anna, is there any concern that the looser labour market is going to, the sense of urgency will lessen? Because it certainly was concentrating minds when people were really struggling to recruit. Is there any concern there?
From my personal perspective, not really, because I would say whilst we've seen some change in that market, the skills that were in short supply are still in short supply. That piece hasn't changed. And I completely agree with your point on headhunters. When I look at who is targeting my workforce, experienced, highly skilled women are at the top of every headhunter's list. Everybody wants to hire a diverse workforce. So, and again, we might get this in questions, but strategies about how you retain the brilliant women that you have and the brilliant data scientists. When you said a team of 80, I was thinking, oh, could I have some, please? I think we need to do a lot more about ensuring you keep the ones you've got, because that is as important as recruiting from the wider market.
Yeah, very good. So let's turn to questions. I'm sorry, we've been talking amongst ourselves too long. Any questions at the back there?
This is a question for Anna and Nishma. As you've talked about the statistics at the top and graduate intakes at the bottom being roughly 50-50. Where do you see the drop-off? And there's a sort of slightly loaded question here, and I've got 2 young children. And speaking amongst my peers, you know, that experience is rarely universally positive for a lot of people when you factor in things like cost of childcare, and it leads to some really difficult decisions that are really uncomfortable having as a couple, but for society as well.
Yeah, I mean, the childcare piece keeps coming up, and there are, you know, the conversations that are ongoing between the government and the task force that's been set up to try and address this. Because fundamentally, the reason why we have less female chief executives or senior executives versus Asia is as a result of childcare. You know, it's not to do with where you started or what your background is, etc. So we have to grapple that one. In terms of the leaky pipeline, as I call it, which is the bit in the middle, those that are the vice president, senior manager grade that we see drop off, I think it's, women are, you're in direct conflict with your biological clock versus trying to get up the ladder. And there are lots of different initiatives at the moment that are being rolled out. And I think one of the ones that could transform the industry if the take-up is there is global equal parental leave. The issue with it at the moment is that we're only seeing some institutions rolling it out. We've seen the likes of Erica Bourne, who established it at Burberry's, has come to the London Stock Exchange Group, and you've seen the announcement last week in the press. So we're seeing more institutions establish that at the moment. The other problem is that we're not seeing enough people role model it in the institution. So actually, you then get sort of middle management, there isn't the take-up. So those sort of schemes will certainly help. But fundamentally, it is about dealing with childcare.
Yeah, and I might just add a couple of things to that. So we see the drop-off at the same level, that sort of senior manager grade. But I think there is a role for business to play in this as well, in that in some ways we are fortunate that a lot of women now have choices, and we are not making it a choice. It is much easier actually for them to choose to stop working for a period of time than carry on, because we haven't made it easy enough for them to carry on. I personally think the shift to hybrid working in a lot of places could change this substantially, done in the right way. Done in the wrong way, I think it could actually be detrimental, but done in the right way, with the right level of flexibility, I think we should see that as an opportunity for businesses to change the proposition, because at the moment I think we are not making it a good enough choice for women to stay in their workforce.
There are things, I mean, what we've done recently, and we only have 100 staff, is things like salary sacrifice childcare. We're obviously an age group where we have quite a few, one born yesterday, another baby in the office. So, I mean, so that age group, it is so important that you retain those staff, both father and mother. And therefore, what we found is it went down incredibly well by putting in a salary sacrifice for childcare, because it was the economics, I think that was the point you were making, it was the economics that gives a difficult decision. If that economics is made easier, then actually if you're enjoying your job, you will stay there.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions from the room? Yes.
Hello. Oh yeah, it's working. You mentioned about we need to be braver and think about skill sets that people have got rather than experience. But when we're in financial services, people are generally speaking quite risk averse and don't like to take chances. So how do we sort of break that down and enable people to actually sort of progress in our organisations where they might not have the experience, we've got to take a bit of a risk on them?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I might ask Alistair to come, because he would probably argue not everyone in financial services is risk averse, given what he's been up to. But you're right, and I think it is about taking risks within safeguards, right? We all work in organisations where we run big risks every single day. We do not work in a risk-free environment. We work in an environment where we have to manage the risk, and I see that in the same way. So you can take a chance on somebody if you ensure that the support around them is there. So one of the things that we have been doing as an organisation is when we hire somebody in, we make the person who hired them equally accountable for their success as the person we hired, particularly the higher levels of the organisation. So there's dual responsibility about making it successful. Because to the points you made earlier, getting someone in the door in the first place is only the start of the journey. Keeping them once they're there is equally important. So I personally think this sort of dual responsibility point is a good one, and being really clear on what it is you expect people to achieve over what time frame. If you bring somebody in who has the skills but not necessarily the experience, they are inevitably going to need some time to learn, if they've come from a different industry into financial services. So I think from my perspective, the risks are manageable as long as you acknowledge they are there when you start.
I would also add to that. It is really important that when you take risk, and I disagree with your point that people in financial services don't take risk. I think they do. I think we need to take a lot more risk, actually. But it's risk and reward. When I started 45 years ago, it was all about risk and reward. Today we have a society that's all about risk. You mustn't take it. It's a dirty word. And I think that is one of the things that needs to change. I'll give you some examples. I also think you need to feel really left field when you're running a business. I've taken somebody on board here that I thought was a high risk before they started. They did their masters from Imperial College at age 16. They'd worked in a quant team for Goldman Sachs at age 15 as an advisor. They wrote a book with their sister age 12. I mean, they were phenomenal, and I had no idea how to manage them. I mean, it's like I'd never seen a CV like it. That is a left field decision to make, and it's a management decision to make that. But actually it's worked out incredibly well. The guy is genius, but he's also very, very personable, and managed correctly is a tremendous asset to your firm. There are plenty of people out there, not quite like that CV, but there are plenty of people out there that we don't hire somebody because they don't fit into the mold. Whereas actually we should be hiring people outside of that mold because they are the people that probably have better skills, better capability than the traditional CV. I hate the CV, actually. I'm sorry, the headhunters, but the CVs can put a huge amount of people off because you just literally pigeonhole people.
I definitely agree with that, and I think actually, in my mind, the risk should be more on the leadership to be able to allow those opportunities to happen. If someone is taking the bold decision to actually move their career into a different area, they should be 100% supported and given the right skills and background support to be able to go, actually, I'm going to make that shift, but I'm going to do it in a way where I feel like I've got people who've got my back here. I think that's my job as a leader, to create the right culture where that can happen.
Any other questions from the floor? Can I ask a question? We haven't talked that much about AI. I did talk to somebody who must remain nameless, who runs a financial services firm, who said they were so unclear about what this is going to mean for them, what skills they're going to need, that they're kind of throwing their arms up and saying, well, we'll just have to rely on the market. I mean, precisely what you're sort of arguing against. But is there much of that? I could sympathise. I mean, we really have very little idea what the impact's going to be in terms of the number of people we need with the particular skills, isn't that?
Well, I don't think there's any difference. I mean, I'm in my 60s now, and I don't think there's any difference to when calculators suddenly came in. And I remember my parents saying to me, "It's the end of the world. That's it. You know, I've spent all my life trying to teach you tables and how to do them, and nobody's going to need them in the future, and the whole world has changed. It's all awful." And I disagree. I mean, what we became is a far, far more comprehensive society, much more advanced. So generative AI is going to be used. It's the modern calculator. It's the way the world is moving on. We are going to adapt to it. The smart people who adapt will go and do well, and the people who don't adapt to it and sit back and say it's a horrible thing, it's not, the world shouldn't do that, they'll just die. And that's
what
not
skills will they need? That's the question, isn't it?
It's going to be engineering, mathematical, sort of computer-driven skills. And the world has moved towards computer-driven skills. That's what, my children, I look at them, I've said, what do you want to be in? In fact, my son now works at the company. He's a developer. It's all about computer science. And that's the area you've got to be specialist in.
Anna.
Yeah, and I would add to that slightly. So I do agree with that. And I also completely agree about AI being just part of our lives going forward, and we just need to get on with that. I see it as a huge opportunity for a lot of things. But I also think the skills that our people will need are the things that computers can't do.
Absolutely.
Which for me is relationship building, ability to have a conversation, all of the face-to-face stuff that we've all learned and grown up with. And it's one of the things I actually think about the most when I'm thinking about our hybrid working, and how do I make sure my people still have all of those human skills that, if anything, are going to be more important than they ever were once AI is adopted mainstream. Super important.
Completely agree.
I think there'll be a large amount of projects, time, money wasted over the next few years because AI projects fail for two reasons. One, because they're not pointed at a use case that actually will have an impact, and two, because people won't talk to each other. So completely agree with you there.
On that note, we must wrap up. I think the discussions have reflected very well both the challenge and the uncertainty, but also some very, very encouraging experience. Thank you to the panel, and thank you very much for your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you to the panel. I thought that was absolutely fascinating, and I did regret taking a history degree by the end of it. But it's a fantastic setup for our next keynote speaker, somebody who I suspect is very well known to everybody in this audience, who has grappled with many of these problems, both in an illustrious political career, including as Economic Secretary to the Treasury, as the person who led the task force that led to the creation of the Financial Services Skills Commission, and its current chair. Please welcome to the stage Mark Hoban.
Good morning, and it's good to see so many people here today. I was told last week that financial services skills is having a moment. And that was a judgment of a senior people leader in our sector. She said, "Did you and Claire know when you launched the Commission 4 years ago that this moment would arrive?" Now, I have to say I was a bit slow and perhaps a little modest to say, of course, I knew it was going to happen. But when I asked her to unpack what she meant by a moment, she said, and we've heard it actually woven through the sessions today, that skills are central to questions about organisations and their future, central to questions about organisational design, business strategy, tech enablement. Yeah, and I think she is right. We are having a moment, but I think she's only partially right, though. We are seeing a set of global changes, mega trends, that have driven the creation of this moment. And yes, it was inevitable. We said so 4 years ago. But I do think it's more than just a moment. This is not a passing phase. It speaks, I think, to how skills have become centre stage for our industry as we are shaped by those mega trends. These trends are shaping a sector that is already heavily dependent on highly skilled people to give it an edge. 7 in 10 of the million jobs in financial services are at a managerial and professional level. That's compared to only 5 in 10 in the economy as a whole. By 2035, we expect the proportion of higher skilled roles to increase to 8 in 10. So that means we're going to have to find across the sector another 100,000 people to fill those roles over a decade. Add to that the number of people who will leave the sector because of retirement and attrition. So whilst we see our members making progress in addressing skills needs by offering more non-mandatory learning hours, better skills forecasting, that momentum needs to gather pace because these mega trends are impacting our businesses and our people. I just want to highlight 4 of those mega trends: workforce demographics, changing customer needs, technology, and yes, I will mention AI, and global uncertainty. Let me talk about workforce demographics first. We think about the headline demographics of society that are well known to us. We know we have a shrinking workforce and an aging society. But against that context, we expect the financial services workforce to remain broadly static in number over the course of the next decade. That means we'll be recruiting from a smaller pool of people when we know the competition for skills from other sectors is intensifying. And that recruitment challenge we face is exacerbated by this sector's poor demographics. our data shows that the proportion of women employed in financial services has dropped from about 50% in 2004 to 43% in 2022. Now that's a consequence of fewer medium and low skilled roles, but also if we look at the proportion of women in higher skilled roles, that hasn't changed in nearly 20 years. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to have to find an extra 100,000 people for higher skilled roles by 2020-35 as the skills needs in our sector changes. But we'll lose over 250,000 people to retirement and attrition. So we're looking to recruit effectively 35% of the workforce again by 2035. So what does that mean for our people and skills? It puts a higher premium on retention rather than hoping we can recruit our way out of trouble. But it's also a clear call to action about a skills-based approach to our people. How do we equip them with the skills of the future? Let's look at changing customer needs. Let me give you 3 examples of changes I can see that's going on in the sector at the moment. Demand for advice and guidance will increase as wealth across society grows. And as responsibility for managing the accumulation and decumulation phases of our retirement shifts from state and employer to household and individual. Our experience and expectations of what our digital experience will look like in financial services is only increasing, and yet incumbents are struggling with outdated but expensive tech stacks. And our customers are becoming much more values-driven in their approach to business. They want to ask questions about can they trust us, about our purpose, and about how we comply with ESG. Those changing demands, I think, point to a real opportunity and a real challenge for us to move away from separate silos of tech teams or customer relations or deep industry knowledge into a space where our most successful people combine all 3 so we can understand and deliver what customers want. Now, technology change isn't new in our sector, but I think the shift from AI is machine learning to Gen AI and large language models will have a seismic effect in our sector. And it may feel like minor tremors at the moment. But as each of us tries ChatGPT or Gemini, we can start to see the opportunities and challenges this creates. Now, whereas earlier tech change reduced the number of jobs with low and medium skills, such is the power of this emerging technology that highly skilled roles are at risk now. Now, while the details are unclear, there is a widespread acceptance that the knowledge, skills, and the capabilities we need from our people will have to change. Our work suggests that skills such as critical thinking, empathy, and problem solving will become more important as we manage the opportunities that tech change presents. We're also living in an increasingly challenging world. The post-Cold War unipolar world has broken down. The new multipolar reality means that we see increased tension and conflict across the world. So how does that affect financial services? If I'm asked to visualize a supply chain, I think about when I walk along the River Hamble near where I live and look at Southampton Water and I see container ships delivering cars, delivering Christmas presents. But I think about our sector. I think about the data centers, the help desks, the outsourced facilities across the world that make sure that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, or 366 this year, that availability of our products and services depends upon those global supply chains. The global uncertainty that we are seeing undermines the resilience of that model. So if we are to onshore, nearshore, or friendshore, how do we think about the skills we will need in that increasingly uncertain world? So perhaps given these 4 megatrends, it's not surprising that financial services is having a moment. But that moment needs to turn into a decade of activity if we are to continue to meet the needs of businesses and households in the UK, and if the UK is to remain globally competitive and the world's preeminent financial services centre. So what does that decade of activity look like? I think there are three things that we need to do. Firstly, boards and excos need to make skills a core part of business planning. The only way firms will be able to meet the demand for skills is to look at the skills dimension of every decision. If your strategy as a business is to deepen customer relations by providing more holistic solutions, what tech, people and industry knowledge will you need to deliver that business imperative? Where do the skills challenge sit on our risk register? But at the moment I feel that too often the skills consequences of business decisions feel like an afterthought in boardroom conversations. Secondly, I think businesses need data on their people to understand what skills we possess in our organisation and what we need for the future. And when I talked to members about this, and it came out really strongly actually in the conversation with Rena and Sharon earlier. Remember that conversation? You know, we need more coding skills, but actually those coding skills might not sit in our IT departments. They may sit across the organisation. Unless we collect that data on our people and their skills, then actually we won't know what skills we already have in the organisation, and therefore what can we build upon. The third point is this: armed with that data, firms can plot a path to meeting their future skills needs of their organisations. We can start to provide direction and support to people to upskill and reskill to maintain their employability as jobs change. But we can also use this data to think about how we can change the demographics of our organisation. How would an attractive reskilling package encourage people to work for longer? How do we address the gender balance in tech roles over a decade? We need to start to answer these big demographic questions now. So yes, it does feel like skills is having a moment. But my contention is this is not a passing phase. Instead, it is an inflection point, a moment of change where businesses realise to survive that they need to put skills at the heart of what they do. Now, the scale of the challenge is such that no one firm can do this by themselves. No one can act in isolation and be successful. That's why there is a need for collective and collaborative effort, nationally, regionally, and locally. And at the Financial Services Skills Commission, we have sought over the last 4 years to foster that effort. And we see in our work the real fruits of that starting to materialise. We've already heard the way in which people are using things like a future skills framework. We heard about from the FCA how our inclusion measurement guide helps firms think about not just the diversity of their workforce, but how we make people feel belonging. So we are starting to see the fruits of that work. But I do think there's much more for all of us to do, wherever we are in the industry, wherever we are in that journey towards being a skills-based organisation, but also to recognise that if we don't adapt to these changes, if we don't adapt to these megatrends, we'll not be the success that we are today. Thank you very much.
Mark, thank you very much indeed for that. One of the key items that has come up consistently in the conversations that we've had today has been the importance of the industry outside the M25. So our next panel session feels particularly pertinent, looking at how we boost skills development across our British regions and nations. Delighted to have an absolutely fantastic panel to look at that, chaired by Sandra Wallace, CBE, the City UK's chair in the Midlands, and the Joint Managing Director UK Europe at DLA Piper. She will be joined by Pat Brennan-Barrett, OBE, CEO and Principal at Northampton College, John Heaps, Chair of the Yorkshire Building Society, Tamar Hughes, Talent Development and Inclusion Director at Phoenix Group, and Fraser Wilson, Regional Leader for Financial Services at PwC. Could you please welcome them to the stage?
Welcome, and thank you everyone for that introduction. Thanks Miles and Mark for those words. I'm delighted to be here today from Birmingham, so regions represented strongly today on our panel as well. This panel is all about skills and where we look for our skills. We are looking to make sure that the talent that exists across our regions and ensure that firms are really thinking about how they can boost their skills, their talent, by not just thinking about where they're based, but are thinking across the country what talent might be there, and how that talent may want to stay locally, may decide that for family, for other commitment reasons, that moving to London, moving to the big cities may not be the right choice, and how we can make sure we can still harness that talent wherever it might be. We also are going to be looking at some examples of collaborative working, of how successful organisations have been managing that across the regions, and what initiatives hopefully you can pick up and use in your own organisation. So big welcome to John, Tamar, Fraser and Pat to our panel. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with you, Tamar, because simply because you're also from the Midlands, so with my bias continuing. Tell us about the work of the Phoenix Group and what it's doing across the Midlands, collaborating regionally and really developing talent and looking at retention too.
Thank you ever so much for having me here today to tell you a little bit about what Phoenix Group is doing. So we're looking really to attract and retain diverse talent. We have got a presence in the Midlands. We have an office there with about sort of 700-ish people that are there. We want to have a larger role to play in the local area in Birmingham. It's a very rich and diverse part of our country, and one where we can see there's so much potential to also make a really important societal impact, to provide opportunities into financial services for those that might not necessarily have ever thought about careers in financial services before. So three things that we're doing at the moment. We've got a really good career ready programme where we look to attract young people into our business and give them 4 weeks of paid work experience alongside lots of coaching and mentoring to look at the skills they might need for long-term careers in FS to make better decisions about what they might do at further education. It's having a really big impact, and we've got great response rates from doing that. The second one is opening up work experience to people of all ages. So rather than just targeting the younger age groups, we're looking at people of any age who are looking to get work experience and get back into employment. Working with schools and job centres to find the right sorts of people to want to come along to take part in that. And we've launched a digital careers platform that starts to talk about the sorts of roles there are and break down some of the barriers to people entering into financial services, which gives things like careers advice, ideas about roles, professions, stories of people doing different jobs and different skills that are needed for those. And then the final one that I just wanted to touch on is we are running a campaign called Careers Can Change, where we're really looking at supporting people to become career changers with longer working lives, with people living much longer in our society. We need to make sure that work is available and accessible to people and that people have the opportunity to switch careers. So Careers Can Change is a programme that we work on with partners who provide people access to things like learning digital skills, switching careers into things like teaching, but really gives people the opportunity to think about what another career might look like. We're rolling that out actually as a small plug at a big event that we're going to run with the DWP and the Phoenix Group on the 20th of March in Birmingham, where we're going to be looking at people who are currently out of work, specifically over 50s, who want to get back into work. And we'd love people to come and showcase in Birmingham more of the roles that are available, find career pathways back into work.
Fantastic. So this is about the full age range. I mean, interesting you talk about work experience. People naturally think of young people at school and so on, but that just giving that opportunity to people of all ages must be quite a significant change and difference you're seeing.
We've had some remarkable stories from when we've run this up in Scotland around our Edinburgh office, where people that were out of work came along to a big jobs fair. We had many different organisations represented there, and we also ran a week-long Ready for Work programme ahead of people applying for roles. The change that it has made to people's lives, over 50s that have joined us, has been absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you. John, tell me about the Yorkshire and Humber Skills Commission that you've been involved in and your work at Yorkshire.
Thank you very much indeed. About a year ago, I had a number of conversations with people talking about the development of skills that we required in the Yorkshire and Humber region. I guess there is always going to be a little element of competition here, because we know that we're up against a lot of extremely interested regions around the country. And I'd also spoken to Mark Hoban, who was the previous speaker, who, as you probably all know, had created and led the Financial Services Skills Commission nationally under the auspices of the TheCityUK. And so we decided that we would have this project for the region, Yorkshire and Humberside, and we would gather together people from the local authority, policymakers, the educationalists, the universities, the groups like TheCityUK, who are representing the sector as a whole, and then of course, most importantly perhaps of all, the employers. And there are a number in the region who have a tremendous interest in the development of financial and, I have to say, importantly, professional services in the region. So we set up this commission and we gave ourselves a year to produce the report. The report is now available. It's free at the point of acceptance, so I would encourage you to get hold of it if you wish to know what we ended up with. The conclusions really were that in order to identify the skills gap, if you like, we have to recognise that skills are changing. The world of technology obviously is part of it, but some of the softer skills are changing as well. And we need to be able to compete and to win the people that we need. We need to invest in the region. We need to make people aware, because what we found was that there are an awful lot of people within Yorkshire and Humber who have the capacity and the capability to develop these skills, but they perhaps, for some reason or another, are reluctant to get involved. And I think that was an extremely important part. But I suppose the biggest message of all was that when we got together around the table and we started talking as a group with all these people from these various stakeholders, this notion of collaboration, this coming together of all these people to identify what the issues were and then work up a plan to develop the project and work out what we needed. That's the thing that overwhelmingly was the most important conclusion of all. So we now have set ourselves another 12 months in order to try and deliver on some of the issues that we've identified in the report.
So collaboration was critical to getting to driving the initiatives across the region.
Absolutely right, yeah.
Pat, we've heard a lot today about universities and what they can do. We've talked about schools and going into schools and getting to people early. But the colleges have a tremendous role to play in the skills development and to ensure that we have a diverse set of people across the UK really working to take advantage of opportunities in financial service. How does your college support the development of local skills? And can you provide some examples of, again, successful programme the colleges have run?
Yeah.
So thank you for having me here. I have to say I'm absolutely brimming with ideas. I've taken loads of notes and I probably won't answer the question properly because I've gone off track. But I think I just want to say a little bit generally about FE colleges, because I think they're often spoken of as the Cinderella of the education, education with the schools and the universities. But I think that they are the lifeblood of education, not just for second chances, but for bringing on talent. And just a little bit about this. So there are about 225 colleges in England, and of those, 92% are either good or better, are good or outstanding by Ofsted. 1.6 million students go through our colleges every year. And of those, we also have 160,000 apprentices. 30% of students going through the UCAS system come from colleges. So that just gives you, I could go on, but that just gives you a little bit of a breadth of what colleges do and the importance of colleges. So they are often the link between school and university, into work, into apprenticeship, or further education. So from my point of view, I'm based in the Midlands. I went there for 2 years. I was in London before. And I've been there for 11 because it was so exciting to think about what could this college do for its community. So we looked at what we could do for the community, and we started to work with employers, and we started to listen to what the community needed and what the region needed as well, you know, how we would meet that economy. And from the point of view of financial services, I mean, I was listening, you know, earlier to the apprentices and what the questions were there. And one of the things I thought about was the complexity and the secrecy of financial services. What does it mean? I just wrote down a few: financial advisor, actuary, investment banker, accountant, data scientist, and so on and so on and so forth. I don't think that young people understand the opportunity that there is for them to go through financial services. So in our college, we have business courses, we have AAT, which is one you will all recognise, we have media courses, we have data courses, we have IT courses. But I will be going back to the college to say, let's look at the overarching financial services sector, because this is such a valuable sector and so much that we can do. And in our college, I have to say, we haven't done a lot for financial services because it's seen as boring. And I apologise because I know that you all find it very exciting.
So exciting.
But I'm dealing with 16-year-olds or people coming back into training. And just for a little bit of your point, 58,000 people over 60 are in colleges, retraining. That's over 60. So I think I'll give you an example of the logistics, because that's the one I can give you. So in my region, 120,000 jobs are logistics. So everybody thinks of that as driving a truck, driving a lorry, that's logistics. No, it's huge. So we invited the employers in to meet with us. And we said, what do you need? So we had John Lewis, we had Great Bear, we had all these huge employers, plus some of the smaller employers. What do they need? And what they needed were actually flexible modules within a qualification. So, for example, we thought, well, our business qualifications are pretty good qualifications. You can go to college with, university with them, you can go into work with them, you can go into an apprentice. And we started then to model those around logistics, and we called it Global Logistics Business. So all of a sudden, students are engaging with global logistics, and we have about 60 students now, where previously we wouldn't have had any. Next year, we're oversubscribed by 166 for those courses. So in that region, that is one example of what we've been doing. Also, I heard you talk very much about data, AI, analytics. We saw this coming a while ago, before COVID. And so we started to develop a digital academy, because everybody thinks that young people are digitally astute. They're not. They can do social media, and is it Twitter? I don't know what they're on TikTok, I think. But they can't do other things. So we started to link our main qualifications to digital as well, so that we can develop English, maths, and digital fluency. and then opened a digital academy where within that we've got IT, media, and a plethora of other qualifications. And it dawned on me now that actually, where are our careers advisors saying to people, actually, one of the jobs you could go into from any of those fields is financial services.
Yeah, I mean,
I was just going to build on your point. So we have such a challenge getting people in through the door, and when they get in through the door, they see the amazing job opportunities that there are. When we did the Kickstart programme, we went to the job centre and we literally had to go and set up a table in the job centre to attract people to come to our jobs. We've got like 60 opportunities and no one was taking them. And when that group of people came in, they were like, we didn't know you could be a project manager or work in HR or go into account. They just really didn't have any idea. So I think it's really important that we all do as much as possible to raise that awareness of the jobs that there are.
And I think, to explore that further later on perhaps in this conversation would be good. But, some of the things we run are law, customer services, digital IT, logistics I've already mentioned. But those courses are already there. And within those courses, the other thing we do is develop the soft skills. So we heard you all speak about that, about it's not just being about financially technical, but also the soft skills and opportunity to reach your potential.
So it feels like, essentially we should be going into the colleges and talking about the skills that we need, modules being developed around the financial services. And I know some colleges are doing that in particular and are very much financial and professional services focused, and they can be designed to try and deal. And as you say, the colleges are national and available in order to drive that.
I don't think there would be a college in the land that wouldn't welcome, the conversation and collaboration from yourselves. And also to get involved in the colleges. Work experience is so important. Industrial placement is so important. To open up your sector so it isn't an enigma, it isn't frightening for them, and it isn't boring because there are so many opportunities there to do that.
And I probably just add this thought as well, that certainly Yorkshire Building Society, 9 or 10 years ago when I first took on this job, in Bradford, where we have a huge building with a lot of people working there were in fact very few people from the local Asian community. And it took us quite a while to realise that in fact what we needed to do was to get into the local schools and start talking to young people about jobs in that kind of sector. Yeah. And it's taken a long time. And some of these are long-term plans, but I think it's very important to start with schools and help people to understand what the opportunities might be.
Fraser, can I bring you in now, please? Just turning to Scotland. You have been working closely with the Scottish financial enterprise, collaborating with industry, education and government to really look at schools programmes and look at the skills and talents that exist there. What have you found and how has that collaboration worked?
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. I think there's parallels to what Pat's mentioned on the colleges as well as what John's done in the Yorkshire area. If you think of the Scottish financial services ecosystem for a second, the sector is one of the biggest employers in the Scottish economy, and it's the biggest contributor to GVA in the Scottish economy above any other industry. So it's a critically important industry for the Scottish economy. And regionally, if you think of financial services across the UK, we employ about 150,000 people across financial services and some of the related professional services. And on average, those jobs are better paid than other jobs in the sector. So for people in employment, but also young people, you think that would be an attractive career path. One of the recent studies we've done in the Scottish market demonstrates that 60% of 16 to 24-year-olds wouldn't consider a career in financial services, which is galling when you look at the opportunity they don't recognise, but it's also a challenge for the sector. Because if you can't get young talent to move into the sector willingly, you've got to go and fight for them. And if you look at one of the other things that we've seen in the Scottish market, which will be true across the UK, some of the new skills, particularly those that are digital technology related, we need them in financial services, but so do other industries. So the level of competition we find for skills has evolved. So what's happened in the Scottish market over the last couple of years, very much led by Scottish Financial Enterprise, which is an excellent sort of trade body in Scotland, very powerful voice. And one of the benefits we have in Scotland is they convene the industry quite tightly in Scotland. They've done a lot of work with the universities and the colleges in parallel, hooked into some of this government-led programmes into the schools, but very much working with the big employers in the sector, in the industry, to look at what skills does the industry need, and how do we try and get the universities and the colleges to collaborate around about the skills pipeline. Because what we've found is actually if we try and solve at a sectoral level, the estimate is over 3 years there will probably be about 50,000 open roles. Now, some of that is natural attrition and movement and recruitment. Other are new opportunities, inward investment. There's strong inward investment in the market that creates opportunities, but actually we need to build that skills and talent pipeline, and the universities, the colleges and the schools are all critical. So what we've sought to do in Scotland is try and rewire the ecosystem instead of individual firms, individual colleges or universities trying to solve it for themselves, because the scale of the problem needs all of us to play.
Yeah, fantastic. John, can I come back to you just to talk about, because you've talked about the facing the future, you've talked about what you did regionally, but this was a group of people that got together for a skills requirement, but did you think the fact that it was done on a regional basis and not done somewhere else, that wasn't done as locally, was important? Do you think it was important to drive it with people that lived locally, worked locally, had businesses locally?
I think the way I put it is that the Mark Hoban and Claire Tunley, who is now leading the Financial Services Skills Commission nationally and was one of our commissioners locally, is that there is an extremely important connection between the overall national initiative and also what has to happen regionally. And I think that in a way, it was seen, I think, by Mark and Claire that what we were doing regionally was simply a way of getting some tyre on the road and making it happen locally. And it may be that the lessons that we've learned throughout the exercise that we've been involved in is going to benefit other regions as well. I mean, it's very interesting because listening to what you have to say, Fraser, there are a lot of words that you used which are exactly the same as the words that will appear in our report, and most importantly, collaboration. And this comes around time and time again, that you kind of assume people are talking to each other, but in the end you discover that not necessarily as well as they might.
Yes.
And I think that on the ground locally, this is how you can really make things happen with the help and guidance that we've had from the national initiative.
Perfect. Tamar, can I come back to you? And if you were to really pinpoint one thing that you think made your programme successful, the things that you've been talking about at Phoenix, what would it be? What would you say is a really critical part of what you've been trying to drive?
One thing's hard. There are a couple of things. The first thing is to be really clear about the roles and the requirements that you've got. Make sure they're real roles that people can go into, so that people are clear about what that pathway might look for them. And then the second thing, and I think this is probably the most important thing, is that if you're looking to build skills and move people from one role to another, you've got to put some support in. You can't just say that's what we're going to do and then sort of leave people to get on with it. You know, we heard previously about making people having that dual accountability for success. We found the need to put in place support for managers. You know, if you're bringing in people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds into FS, maybe different age ranges, maybe people who've been out of work for a while and who are looking to learn on the job, they need more support. That's why we're doing this, to bring diversity into our business, to bring different sorts of talent, different perspectives in. They need more support. So that means mentoring. That's been really successful, actually. Mentoring makes a really big difference. Buddies. So someone that they could just ask the small questions to, like, you know, what do you do around here if you need to go and get your lunch? Or just, you know, I don't know anything about going into a meeting that's like that. Can you tell me and help me? But actually some very specific support around the outside. So things like, what does it mean to come into an office space? How might you interact with people? Really covering off the basics with people so that they're confident to come in. Because for lots of people, you know, taking on something new where they're going to learn a new skill, they're putting themselves at quite a lot of risk and exposure.
So it's about making sure it's really safe for them to try and to learn on the job, to ask the questions, and that doesn't come naturally. So this piece around actually investing in making the programs work isn't just about signing up to initiatives that sound great. You've got to put the frameworks in around the outside that give people the support and enable them to see it right through. And I'd add into that, one of the things that makes a difference is hearing stories from other people that have done it. And it was great today, when we heard the story about learning to be focused on data and data science, but actually sharing the stories of success, how difficult that is, what people are trying to do, where they've ended up, where they started from, getting people to tell their career stories. These are things that really do make a difference when you're trying to encourage people to try new things and to learn new skills.
Storytelling. I totally agree. Very important for people because they can then imagine themselves on that journey when they think about it. And confidence, I think, is very important. We're talking today about economics and the skill women in certain roles, and I've done some work around numeracy and numeracy confidence. And again, that is something that people have those skills, but the confidence to deliver on them and to work in those areas is something that people underestimate how important the confidence piece is, I think. Fraser, I'm going to come back to you now. You produced a business case for reskilling with the SSC. Can you explain why it's so important to a vehicle to help industry address the skills gap, that reskilling? Before I ask you that, I told you I'd give you a curveball because I always like to. Someone's asked, and so I think you can perhaps bring this in, why do you think some might be reluctant to reskill? Are there practical ways we can challenge this or break down barriers to reskilling when people are reluctant to do so?
Two good questions. Let
Yes.
me do the first one. If I don't deal with the curveball, you can throw it back at me. So I think the concept of reskilling, we did a business case analysis, which is in the public domain, with the Skills Commission about 18 months ago. But it's, if anything, it's even more valuable and viable than we did it. And one of the things I sort of cross-refer to is within PwC, we do a kind of global survey of chief executives annually, covers about 4,000 CEOs. And one of the things that came out of the last report, which was released in January, is the scale of transformation that businesses are going through. And that's equally true for financial services as other industries. But 78% of the CEOs said they were struggling to transform the way they wanted due to a skill shortage. So if you hold that out there, businesses are struggling to access the skills they want to drive the businesses in the way they think they need to. So what they're then looking at is, well, they want to go and recruit, hire, they want to try and reskill, and a number of them are trying to do so. But equally, they're looking at how do you go and acquire or partner to buy skills that you don't have. All of that is time-consuming, costly, expensive. And when you look in parallel with the fact that, particularly in financial services, a number of the people who are employed have industry knowledge, corporate memory, corporate culture, their roles are moving. So I think of a lot of the customer-facing roles in banking, for example. The role that was 5 years ago isn't what it is today, and it'll be different again in 5 years. People need different skills. So there's a huge opportunity to reskill the talent that exists inside organisations. And the business case that was done between PwC and the Skills Commission very much looked at the comparative cost of, we don't need these skills anymore, so either through attrition or other HC-related process for moving people around, if you lose people and you have to go and hire people, recruit new talent and bring in new skills, the differential cost is actually significant. So if you look at an individual employee over a 3 to 4 year window, the analysis demonstrated the saving was worth about £49,000. Wow. If you multiply that through an organisation, and many in financial services in the UK have 5, 10,000 and more employees, you can quite quickly get into a saving that you measure in the tens of millions. And you're gaining the loyalty of your employees. You're giving them opportunities to do new and different things, which as an employer is valuable. When you bring back to the regional dynamic that we're looking at here, is where you've also got a concentration of people in one location that might have a specific skill set. If you pivot and move that skill set, you might not be able to hire a parallel skill set in that location. You end up with a revised location strategy. Yeah. And that's not necessarily what you want as a corporate financial services provider. The adjunct then around about the challenge of some people looking into reskilling. For a lot of people, it's just difficult to envisage themselves doing a different role. Some of the things Tamar talked about in terms of the support mechanisms you put in place for people. Some of it is they're not given easy access to opportunities to do formal learning and training to give themselves the confidence. And I think one of the things that we see at the moment through the government agenda, which has cross-party support, is moving towards a lifelong learning entitlement for student funding, which will come in the academic cycle 25-26, but it allows people to access student funding to tap back into the colleges and the universities throughout their career, as opposed to today most graduates go to university once in their early 20s and that's university done. Yeah. So I think that creates an opportunity, but I think we need to really help people have the confidence to believe that reskilling creates a career path and an opportunity for them. And it's something that we are privileged in our organisation. Lots of our people move through their career and do different things. Yeah. When I joined the firm many years ago and grew up for the first 10 years of my career in a manufacturing environment, I now lead a regional financial services practice. And if you told me that 15 years ago, I'd have laughed, because I'd never touched a financial services client. But having the ability to move around inside an organisation with confidence and that support that Tamar talked about is really important.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe we have to get into a mindset where we don't think about the job that someone's in as their permanent position. A lot of young people now are talking about portfolio careers. They're not thinking about the job they're in for life. Maybe we should be thinking about people in the organisation and the fact that they should be moving around. We should be giving them secondment opportunities to sit in other seats, to experience other parts of the business that might increase their appetite for looking at how they could reskill in those areas. I mean, I think removing those barriers are really going to be down to us being flexible in our approaches when we come to the workplaces.
And I think it's also about the values of the organisation, frankly, about the culture and the way that you are towards your staff and the feeling that they have that they're going to be supported and reskilled during their career.
Yeah. Pat, can I come back to you just about how the sector, the financial services sector, can really help colleges engage in this collaboration, really drives that? What would you say to this audience today in terms of your ask, really, of addressing
I'm happy
this?
to answer that question. Can I just respond a little bit to just sort of thinking about what's being said? And I think one of the things we're sort of missing, we have local skills improvement plans which are local, and colleges respond to those, so whatever your priorities are in your region. But actually it strikes me that a national skills strategy and a workforce strategy combined with lifelong learning would actually answer some of the questions that we have and some of the issues that we have. So I think that's important to keep that in our mind, and an apprentice system that works and a common curriculum that works and a tertiary provision between schools, colleges and universities, because that would make it seamless. And some of the things we're talking about here, the challenge is there that it's almost a postcode lottery, and it's initiatives that have been taken by individuals rather than the national initiatives. So I think that's important. So you asked me what, well, you can do loads. The first thing you can do is contact your local colleges. I'm serious. They want to hear from you. You can do practical things like offer a masterclass. We do something called Ignite the Spark in our college, and we invite different sectors in so that we can ignite the spark of passion and motivation and ambition for our students to think about that. So working with local colleges will be really, really useful, and make them your friends. We need information. So we need information about the detail of what you need. And we also need some flexibility, which I know we have to ask from the government. And, there is political risk because there's a lot of reform in the system. But you have influence as a body to influence policy. So we would ask you to start to influence that policy so that we can have more flexibility on qualifications and reforms, because we are constrained. But one of the things you can do is start to work with your local colleges, and also get involved in the curriculum. They want to hear what it is you want in the curriculum. And they may not be able to put a whole qualification in because of an awarding body criteria, but they can put modules in, and they can do enrichment, and they can do bite size. And, you know, let's ignite the spark throughout the country for financial services. So I could go on forever, but I think that's enough to answer that particular question. And I do implore you to contact your local colleges. And if any of you want to join my board of corporation, we're always looking for financially astute people. And one other thing to think about is to unpick maths and finance. We have a fear of maths, and many students find it difficult, you know, to be fluent at maths. But unpick maths and finance. That is something else, I think, that could be done on a local level and a national level.
Thank you. I have got some questions on the iPad, but is there any questions in the room before I go to the iPad? There's a question over here. Yeah, no, it's mic there.
Question. The statement I've been using, and you're going to know what the statement is that I'm going to say, and Claire. I'm on a bit of a personal campaign with this statement that I say, you cannot be what you cannot see. I would like to ask the panel, what are you doing to address, as well as skills, but ethnic diversity within the sector? Because when I come into this room and I look to the left, I look to the right, I'm like, wow, what's going on here? So that's the challenge I want to bring to the room. And I just want to bring a thought. And I don't know if the financial sector is ready for this. But I think young people, especially if you want to get the next generation, are very visual these days. And the benefits of being a part of the financial industry are massive. Like the type of jobs you can get and some of the money that I know some people earning here is good. But I think young people are more inspired about what you can do once you start earning a certain thing. And I'm seeing from my charity head on that young people kind of like get attracted to kind of like industries like sport or music because they're seeing what they would call the drip, the bling. And I know a lot of you like do have drip and you do have bling, you know, the Range Rovers coming out of the city. And I was thinking if you could think about like doing flashy music videos of you landing in your helicopters, going to your meetings in the Range Rover and say, come and join the financial industry. I mean joking, but I do think there's a new way you could market the industry to show that there's actually beneficial social mobility benefits to help you change your life. So there's a few thoughts I want to just throw into the meter.
Can I come back on that? I think that's a really good question. Just a little bit about colleges. 27% of the 1.6 million students that go to college every year are from an ethnic diverse background. And the skills gap and the outcome backs are quite small. So the outcomes for those groups compared to the larger groups are actually, the gaps are closing on that. And so when I speak to my college now, I would say about maybe 35% are from ethnic groups. They weren't previously when I went there before, but I worked in London where that fabric was in every college in the city. And one of the things I say to them is, you are the leaders of the future. So I think it's about, you just said it's visual for them, and of course it's about money as well. But it's about being the leaders of the future. And I see them sit up and they think, what is she talking about? Because nobody has started to set that expectation with us. So I think that does happen in the majority of colleges, but it's how we link that to the sector.
Yeah.
Look, we've spoken about this before, Nathan. I think this is a really big challenge for us in financial services. We've got to open our doors to different talent and make it a really attractive place to be. And then we've got to help that talent to progress through all levels. We can see in our own, we're building a race and ethnicity action plan because to address the exact point that you raised, we've got lots of diversity in our business, but not at the senior leadership level. And it's something that we're addressing, and it's about understanding what the barriers are to progression. It's about making sure that the right support is in place. It's making sure that pipelines of talent can come into your business at all different levels. And it's about being an attractive employer, showing the benefits of employment here. about role modelling, and there's an awful lot in there. There's a lot of work to be done if we are genuinely going to make financial services diverse, and we must, because we talked about the impact of our industry. It has a massive impact for UK PLC, and we've got to make it an industry that's attractive to keep people wanting to come and join it for the future. Yeah. So there's lots to do. I think lots of people in this room are working on the same things, but we could collaborate more, because there's lots of great initiatives that are running, and our combined sort of powers together could make a much bigger difference in regions, nationally, for sure.
I think sorry.
Yeah.
I think the role modelling, or at least the sense that if you go and join an organisation like Yorkshire Building Society in Bradford, that you're not going to be on your own. I mean, it does take some time, but people gather where their friends are. Yeah. And if they see their friends joining organisations like Yorkshire Building Society, then that has a domino snowball effect. And I think that's a very important aspect of it all.
I know PwC have gone to great lengths to set targets for this sort of thing, and especially where you set up in Bradford as well, your academy.
Bradford's a good example that John and I were talking about before we started. So the firms focus significantly on social economic factors and social mobility, because we strongly believe that we can't change some of the things you're referring to unless you start at the ground, bring people through, bring them into the industry, bring them into the profession. But we opened an office in Bradford, which is an area of lesser socio-economic conditions across the UK, deliberately created an employment hub where we didn't have an office. That's been successful. We've grown that, and we're about to move into a new office in Bradford to bring in more people and more talent. And it is just about, we've got to make steps. And if we all can make steps, as Tamar says, across the industry, we'll get to a better place. Unfortunately, we can't do it like that because it's a difficult problem.
I'm sure they're all going to take away the bling point that you've made as well. I'm sure that's something they can all work on. We are near time. Really interesting topic. I'm sure the panel will stay around, so if there's any other points you want to raise. But thank you very much, John, Tamar, Fraser and Pat, for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the panel. That was absolutely fantastic, and great that we are running to time. I know what a rush it is to get to the heliport at the end of these. So, Nathan, thank you very much for that point. And I should say as well, if you have the time to look at the Scottish Financial Enterprise Growth Strategy, SFE is an absolutely outstanding organisation. It's a great example of hardwiring skills and education into a long-term growth strategy for a financial centre, and that is on the SFE website. We now move to our last keynote speech of the day. So it's my great pleasure to introduce somebody who has a particular expertise in many of the issues that we have been grappling with over the course of this morning. So we have with us Professor Baroness Alison Wolfe, CBE, who is the Professor of Public Sector Management at King's College London, also formerly of the Number 10 Policy Unit, and a specialist in the relationship between education and the labour market, something we've just been discussing. Could you please welcome Professor Baroness Alison Wolfe to the stage, please.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's a huge pleasure to be here, and I don't need to tell you guys how important your industry is to the future of this country. So I am going to say a little about the broad context of skills, as well as a little bit about the particular issues that relate to the financial services. And I think there should be a slide coming up in a moment which will actually enable you to see. Can you see it? Yeah, okay, that's great. You don't need to be told that you have a skills shortage. If you didn't know before you came in today, you've got some hard numbers there which slightly take your breath away. And of course it is true that skills matter. Skills matter enormously. And again, as people have just been saying, one of the things which you guys are running up against is a very specific set of problems related to an acute shortage of maths and quantitative skills. And we know that this is true. It's not just that people are saying it, you feel it in your bones. You can see it in the research literature. For example, getting a GCSE in maths at any past grade boosts your future salary irrespective of how many other GCSEs you have and irrespective of what grades they have. The return to an A-level in maths is not only really high, but increasing. Used to be over a lifetime, holding everything else equal, working with people who don't have a clue that you ever took it. It used to add, on average, about 11% to your earnings. It's now gone up to about 14 or 15%. We have a maths shortage. We have a quantitative skills shortage. We have it in the context of multiple other skill shortages, but this is the one which matters most to you, and I'm going to come back to that briefly at the end. But of course, it is in the context of many other skill shortages. You talk to anybody. Sometimes it's about pay, so there's care sector. Often, and this I think is again pulling up together everything that has been said so far this morning, it's to do with the skills infrastructure, with whether or not we have a system in this country that tends to produce highly skilled young people and tends to promote upskilling through life. And again, this is something which I know I don't need to belabor in the context of financial services where things are changing all the time, but it's true in engineering, it's true in cyber, it's true throughout the economy. So we all know that skills matter, but do we really believe it? Do we really believe it? Because both at government level and I would have to say at employer level, we do not put our money where our mouth is. The sad truth is that employer spending on skills has been falling steadily since the early 1990s. And when you take out from that the fact that an increasing proportion is on statutory training, you know, the dreaded, the years come around again, I want to do my fire stuff again. I do it in 3 different places, so I feel your pain. But if you take that out, we are spending less on training than we ever used to. And I think we have to ask ourselves why that is. And that is also true at government. Every politician stands up and says, skills matter. And then you look at the amount of money that is going into FE colleges, and it goes down and down and down. And it's also true, I would say, that that's a whole other conference, that the apprenticeship levy structure is not actually fit for purpose. It results in an awful lot of money being wasted rather than going genuinely and productively into skills growth. So I think that this is a problem for everybody. It's not just a problem for government, though it is a problem for government, it's a problem for everybody. But having said that and thrown some of the problem back at you, I think it is also true that the structure, the infrastructure, the organisations that could help you to train are very often not fit for purpose, and that is genuinely to do often with government decisions, the way we structure our school learning, our college learning, our university learning, and up until now, our absence of anything that lets you upskill easily later in life. So I want to say a little bit about this because I think it is also partly over to you guys to make this point forcibly and constantly, because governments never leave well alone. They're constantly fiddling with the structures. So it's a good idea if the people they are talking to actually give them some positive ideas for the next round of change. So the thing that I feel increasingly the longer I work in this area is that skills and qualifications are not the same. And we have a country which is, again, obsessed with qualifications. We stick qualifications on everything, partly because we are, at least in the public sector and the universities, paid to do so. And of course, this is tremendously appealing to anybody who is putting out public money because it makes your accountability so easy. Have you spent the money properly? Yeah, look how many qualifications you've churned out. And this happens time and time and time again. And, you know, at the moment, we're still carrying the bruises of 3 years of dealing with Treasury. They are seriously into accountability, really seriously. And so qualifications constantly slip through as the easiest way to do it. But whenever I actually talk to employers who have major ongoing skill shortages, it's very often not about qualifications. It's actually about skills. It's about a system for doing flexible upgrading, often quite specific and often quite local. And that's the other problem with governments, that they want everything to be national and standard. And they also gold plate whenever they create a qualification. So I think this is actually a really major problem for the skills system of this country, that we have become too tied to qualifications, and unless we have a real go at it, it is going to be very difficult for publicly funded institutions to offer the sort of flexible training that employers actually need, because at the moment they are tied into a qualification-based regime, and that has ripple effects. But, you know, obviously for many things you can and you will go to individual private training companies. But long term with a large industry, if the main national infrastructure is not fit for purpose in terms of not simply initial training but also upskilling, then we are going to go on having an ongoing skills and productivity problem. And in the previous panel, Pat Brennan mentioned something which I suspect hardly anybody here has heard of except her and me, which is a local skills improvement plan. But I want to come back to it because it's about what some small successes and lots of large failures, was bashing my own head against when I was working in Number 10, which was exactly this. It was about creating structures and then trying to get changes in funding mechanisms, which would allow colleges and encourage universities as well to respond to employers in a flexible local way. And the local skills improvement plans are you know, they're basic negotiated between colleges and local chambers of commerce. But actually at the moment, which goes back to my first point, there's very little money that you can offer people, and there's still this tremendous emphasis on qualification-based accountability. And so for me, the most important battle of the next few years is to actually not just get more money into the sector, which then, you know, employers can match and supplement, but also to make the whole thing much more genuinely responsive to employers. So that if they come to you, they come to a university or a college, and they say that what they would like is something which is not based on some great fat qualification, but is local, flexible upskilling, it is easy for those institutions to respond, not necessarily to pay for all of it, but to pay for some of it, because skills are what economists call a public good. They're good for everybody. They're good for the whole public. But at the moment, everything in your structure goes against this. So to me, this point that, you know, we know central planning doesn't work, and yet we have a skills structure which is essentially centrally planned. And it is, I think, up to you and other employers to win that battle, because it won't be won internally. So then, having been gloomy, I want to end on a more optimistic note, because I do think there have also been a couple of things that have changed in the last 5 to 10 years, which are actually and potentially good news. And the first is about maths again, because while it is true that many people are still very frightened of maths, it's also true that actually an increasing proportion of young people and their parents are very aware that actually the future lies with the quants. Which means that, you know, this is something which people notice. And one of the things that's actually quite interesting has been not just a general increase in the number of people getting their GCSE maths, but there has been a real uptick in the number of people doing maths A-levels. And again, I think this is something for you to keep encouraging and keep getting the lesson through to schools. I think many people here probably go to schools, talk in careers, that yes, actually, this really matters, and it doesn't mean that you're going to sit day by day doing something that looks like a GCSE maths paper. That's not what it's going to mean. It's not even going to look like an A-level maths paper. That it's actually about a labour market in which I would say the deep skills that maths develops are more and more important, and that's why we pay for them. And the other thing, which if you look at my biography you will have noticed, is that the current government has encouraged universities to open what are effectively state sixth form colleges, specialist sixth form colleges, which are known as maths schools. They're quite small, they're mostly new. Ours at King's is the oldest, it's a whole 10 years old and very tiny. And we are also working really intensely with other people on maths circles to make maths more interesting for younger kids, upskilling students, not upskilling teachers, and really increasing the pipeline of genuinely enthusiastic, well-taught young mathematicians. So if anybody is interested in the maths school, just feel free to send me an email, because they are now around the country and also very interested in having links with local employers. And the other thing is also coming down the track, and again I think that you should be aware of it, which is that from 2025 the way in which student loans go out is going to change dramatically. Instead of borrowing a specific amount for a specific degree, there will be something called the lifelong learning entitlement, which basically means that you have an entitlement across your life to the equivalent of 4 years of higher education. Now, you will, under our regime, not get that all for free, but you can tap that entitlement as and when you like. And that means 4 years worth. And, well, how many of you who did a degree did it in 3 years? Okay, you've got a year's entitlement coming your way. And the reason that I wanted to end on this is that I actually think this is also a major opportunity for employers to talk to and work with universities, because it will change the incentive structure for universities. It will make it more sensible for them to look at upskilling with that 4th year, to be thinking about shorter courses, and generally the whole underlying structure will shift from something which has effectively forced us into having more and more of our students as full-time, 3-year degree, 18 to 21-year-olds, and actually change the underlying structure so that if business and employers and financial services step up, there is a structure waiting for you there by 2026, which is actually designed to encourage upskilling. So I'd like to end on that hopeful note, but also to say over to you guys. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much indeed, Baroness Wolf, for those comments, and great to hear that I have a year in which I can make up for having taken a history degree. So this draws our conference to a close. This is the first Future Skills Conference conducted by the TheCityUK and the Financial Services Skills Commission, and we hope there will be many more opportunities to discuss these issues to come. Thank you for joining us for what I'm sure you agree has been a hugely insightful series of speeches and panels. We have covered a lot of ground today, discussing everything from our industry's role in driving productivity and innovation to boosting skills development throughout the UK's regions and nations. A number of things have struck me as we've talked over the course of the last few hours. I will be the last person to mention AI today from the panel at least, but clearly that is at the heart of how we need to take the industry forward in the years to come. The role of the regions and nations of the UK, fascinating that the Northwest was the fastest growing in terms of employment part of the UK. For our industry, and clearly, as we saw in the panel earlier, a huge amount more that we can do, but central to that is the skills pipeline that we need to put into place, and that it needs to be integrated. There is only so much that we can do when people reach companies. There is a great deal that needs to be done in schools. I thought the point that was raised about maths A levels, and I thought the point that was raised about the representation in maths A levels earlier, I thought was particularly important. There is a talent challenge that our industry has not been used to dealing with. The comment that was made, which wounded me deeply, that we are a boring industry. So I commend everybody to be as exciting as possible within reasonable limits over lunch to help deal with that challenge. But there is a perception, and it is harder for our industry to compete against companies such in tech and so on. I remember being in San Francisco before the pandemic and being told by a fintech that they kept losing their chief software engineers because they couldn't compete on salary with the local cab firm. And when I explored this a bit further, it turned out the local cab firm was Uber. But nonetheless, it is redolent of the fact that years ago, we paid best. We were the obvious place for graduates and talented people coming out of schools and colleges. We need to work harder on that. I think there's a huge amount more that we can do at looking at, as was pointed out, the difference between jobs and skills, being custodians of people's skills development while they are with us, and working on that to encourage greater representation across the industry in terms of the fact that we have got falling female representation across the industry, which is a real challenge as well. And then also a couple final points that struck me. We need 100,000 more highly skilled jobs in this industry in the years ahead. That's going to be a challenge we're going to need to meet collectively. And then finally, this is not just about technical skills. I thought it was fascinating the number of times that soft skills and empathy came up in the conversations as well. So a lot for us to chew on. I would like to offer on behalf of me and Claire our special thanks to our sponsors today, without whom none of this would be possible. So to Lloyds Banking Group, Yorkshire Building Society, and also our gold sponsors, Capital One and Phoenix Group, for their support in delivering this event. Could you please say thank you to them in the usual way? I would also like to offer a big thank you to our speakers for their insightful and forward-looking perspectives, and again, on behalf of me and Claire, to the fantastic teams at the City UK and FSSC for all the hard work that's gone into making today such a success. So please do put your hands together for them as well. All the speeches from today will be made available online in the coming days. So thank you again for joining us. Please do stay if you are here in the room and enjoy a networking lunch which will be provided in the lounge. And if you are at home, please feel free to grab something from the fridge and talk to the cat. In the meantime, thank you very much indeed, and I hope to see you again soon. Thank you.